The way that sheriff's running this town, you'd think we were all criminals.
Alright, what's up YouTube? Welcome to the live stream. It's Monday, August 12th, 2024. Gonna be doing some Red Dead Online today. Going to be continuing my search. I think we're at 17 coin sets left. For those of you who are new to the channel, first of all, welcome. If you enjoy this content, please make sure to hit the like button. And if you want to see more content like this, make sure you subscribe. Turn those notifications on, set it to all. I am going to be doing hopefully a bunch of live streaming this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So 4 live streams, hopefully. We'll see how that goes. I'm already having some technical difficulties. I tried to go live earlier and it didn't really take for some reason. I got a weird error message on my PS5 saying that I was not allowed to broadcast. So I don't know, man. Sometimes YouTube is a little fickle, but it is what it is. Monet Hawthorne, good morning. How are you? Sir Will, appreciate the like and the share. Welcome. I'm still just getting set up here. I am trying to delete. I went live for like 12 seconds and nothing ever, well, maybe more than 12 seconds. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and nothing ever really happened. I wasn't able to even look at my character here. So I'm trying to delete the live stream that didn't work. So I probably should have waited until after I was done streaming this particular stream, but I don't know. I'm gonna do some other stuff here, see if we can't get some other things to happen, and then we'll get going. But yeah, again, if you're new to the channel, what I've been doing, trying to do, I call it my coin search. I have every other collector award has been reset as many times as you possibly can, officially calling it maxed out, if you will. But the coins rather, have been, first of all, very rare. Spent pretty much the entire month of July looking for Liberty quarters. Currently looking for 1,800 gold quarters, I think. It might be the gold dollar. I forget. Either way, Jose, welcome. How's it going? Pitfall, welcome. How are you? And Michael, welcome. How's everyone doing today? Happy Monday to everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. To tie my weekend into the coin search, I did a full coin search both days. I didn't get anything. So again, I think we're sitting on 17. We'll check that here in just a minute. I did start this channel originally to help people out, information with the game. So let's take a look at some dailies. We'll go through dailies quickly. I'm not going to take as much time on it as I did last week. Just going to kind of review them and tell you like where I think you can get some help with that. 5 animals trampled, very easy. Come over to Emerald Station. Fast travel to Emerald Station on your horse. There is this little pond right here. It's called Hami's Bethel. For those of you who are familiar with story mode, this is where you can encounter the UFO, or one of the places where you can encounter the UFO. I think it's the coolest place. But anyway, so fast travel to Emerald, head north to this little pond right here. Take your horse in there. There's a ton of fish. You will run them over, trample them on your horse with your horse, and you'll get your 5 animals trampled. 5 fish count as animals. So 1 banded Gila monster. You actually get that right here in the desert. I'm in Tumbleweed. I would recommend Armadillo. Again, fast travel to Armadillo. Follow this trail north. Right here's a really good badger spot. But along the way, along this train track here, you'll probably encounter a Gila monster. If not on this side of the tracks, as you're going up the road, just cross over the tracks. They'll probably be over on this side. But this, to me, is the best spot for banded Gila monsters. What else did we have? I wish it would stay open. Blood Money Crimes completed. Easy. Go to Blood Money Mission Giver. You don't even need to do a blood money mission from those blood money mission givers. You can do a regular free roam mission. So they would be here is James Langton. I don't recommend this location for him. It's kind of like off the beaten path. I'd rather go to McFarland's. You don't see it on the map right now because I'm closest to his other location, but there's James Langton right here. You can do either horse theft or paid killing, something that's just a free roam mission from him, and you'll get it done. You'll get that blood money crime completed. You also have Sean as an option. Sean's cool. He has 2 locations also. One, and there's a second location around here. The other one is Anthony Foreman, outside of Rhodes, or sometimes found in Saint Denis. If you're in Saint Denis, I recommend Rhodes. Stay away from the griefers. Do a blood money mission through Anthony Foreman, or last but not least, or is he least? I don't know. Joe. Again, paid killing, boat theft, something along those lines. Free roam missions, right? Won't take you out of your current lobby. Stay right in your current lobby, especially if you're in like a poker table lobby or MTU. You'll stay there. And yeah, just do a free roam mission through one of those 4. Again, that was James Langton, Sean McGuire, Joe, and Anthony Foreman. You'll get your blood money crime mission. I was fortunate enough. I got mine from I was by my camp. There's a random free roam blood money thing that spawned in, so easy enough. 5 feathers sold, easy. Birds, flight feathers. Sell them to a butcher or to Gus. Either way, that's your 5 feathers sold. Very, very easy to do. Sasquatch, welcome. Good times and good vibes. Indeed. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Hairstyle updated. Barber, again, another easy one. I feel like the dailies we're talking about so far today are very easy. So your barbers are going to be in Blackwater. The little scissor icon. Blackwater. Valentine. He's actually inside the bar at Valentine Saloon. Or Saint Denis. So those 3 locations. Blackwater, Valentine, Saint Denis. I recommend Blackwater. I feel like, in my experience, the griefing happens a little less in Blackwater than it does everywhere else. That's not to say, I'm not going to tell you you're not going to get grief there. There might not be griefers waiting for you in Blackwater. Again, if you're in a public lobby, I recommend Blackwater over the other 2. Basically, just go there and change your hairstyle. I mean, try and find the cheapest one, right? You're trying to trade money for gold at that point, but don't spend too much on it. That's how you get to have $2.3 million, like me. One of the ways. What else? Hawks plucked. So, good hawk location. Sometimes there's one over here. You gotta be in the daytime. Rascaller Fork. He kind of chills on this building. So, fast travel to Tumbleweed, and you can go over and get it at Rascaller Fork. Or what I think is the easiest way, it's also a good spot for eagles. There's this Twin Stack Pass right here. Twin Stack Pass, right? Go to Valentine. Fast travel into Valentine. Come down here. I forget which side. I think there's one on the north side and one on the south side. I think the north side is the eagle and the south side is the hawk. If you shoot them up there, it'll be a huge pain in the butt to go up there and get them. So shoot above them, get them to fly off, and then try to shoot them while they're not up on top of these. I don't even know what to call these. They're not mountains per se. I guess it's like a plateau, high plateau. But yeah, either way, eagle, hawk. Today's a hawk, so find out which one the hawk is and kill it. Or you may encounter them just riding around. They're in the sky. But that's a really good static spawn spot for both a hawk and an eagle. And then last but not least, 5 non-player enemies, kill while in Deadeye. Easy. I actually think this is a pretty easy 7 for 7 kind of day for people. If you're not into PvP, I highly recommend trying to get the 7 for 7 today of all days. But I think those are pretty easy. And then from there you have your role challenges. We'll go through them quickly. I'm not going to talk about how to complete these, but mine may look a little different from yours. You may be looking at this and saying, wait a minute, I only have to do 1 bounty from New Hanover. How come Outlaws has to do 2? Well, that's because my role is maxed out. So if your role is not completely maxed out, or rank 20, I guess, in the case of Bounty Hunter, you will not see these same dailies. So here we go. Bounty Hunter, 2 bounties brought in from New Hanover posters, 3 living bounty targets in a photograph, 1 player bounty collected, Trader, 20 carcasses donated within 10 minutes. 1 Crips Special Camp Stew recipe completed. 20 donations to Crips. Collector, 3 coins found. Oh, look at that. We're going to get that one because we're doing 3 coins. 3 coins found. 3 collectibles looted from non-player enemies. 3 collector maps used. Moonshiner, 4,827 distance moonshine wagon traveled on mission. $200 money made from moonshine sold. 2 moonshine bar drunken player interactions. Naturalist, 7 crafted or cooked at wilderness camp. 1 don't kill an animal for 24 in-game hours. 2 hardy tonics used when too hot or too cold. So I've had to get the 9 today. This one's an easy one. Like, literally just sit in camp. I took Morgan to softball camp today. I got that one while I was sitting in camp. I wasn't even home. I was out driving in my car, and I got the daily complete for that. So it's an easy one. This one's also pretty easy if you own the wilderness camp. I recommend, and every once in a while I like to remind everybody, I highly recommend, even though naturalist is a huge pain in the butt to try and rank up, definitely rank it up as far as you can to get 3 dailies available. Some of the easiest dailies, in my opinion, fall under the naturalist role. So you can see it right here. I mean, this one's super easy, and this one, if you can get a wilderness camp, which the game can be kind of fickle about it, but if you can get a wilderness camp, very easy daily to complete. So I would say 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are pretty easy. The drunken player interaction, I've shown that a bunch of times. There's like a door trick. Maybe later in the stream today I'll show it if we have time, but coin search is the priority today. So 3, 4, maybe 5. Sometimes you have to do a ton of deliveries on that, though. So let's not count that one right now. I'm going to say 4, 5, 6. Don't do collector maps. Don't ever do collector maps. Maybe you can get 6 here. 7, 8. And then I think these bounties, other than the player bounty one, these are easy ones today. These don't bug. So if you have to rely on bounties, you can. So let's just review that again real quick. I would say 1 and 2. 3 and 4, 5, 6, definitely 5, maybe 6, 7, 8, and then 9 and 10. So there's 10 options to get 9. Honestly, the living bounty targets in a photograph probably easier than the 4,827 distance moonshine wagon travel. So there's your 7 for 7. Hopefully you're 9 for 9. Good luck on your daily challenges today for those of you who are interested in that kind of thing. But yes, we are here for one reason today, and that is for coins. We are, I think it's 17. Yeah, it is. We're 17 sets away. So just a quick update for everybody who's been following along. Gold quarters now. I think it's gold quarters. It's not Liberty quarters anymore. Liberty quarters is not a problem. I have 5 of them. I got a bunch over the weekend. New York tokens, I even have 4. So see, Liberty quarters 5, New York tokens I have 4. It's the gold quarter that has become a problem. And actually, gold dollar is not that great either. I only have 2 of them. But I do have 13, what is it, 14 of 15? Yeah, 14 of 15 collected. The gold quarter is currently the most challenging of the coins, become the most rare, like the ultra rare, right? So the 4 really rare ones, I would say, are gold quarter, gold dollar, New York token, and Liberty quarter. Those shift from time to time, so whereas I could not find a Liberty quarter to save my life for the entire month of July, I'm now sitting on 5 of them. I don't know why that happens. I wish I had an explanation. I wish someone could explain it to me, but that's where we're at. So we're going to be looking for mostly gold quarters, but I'll happily take gold dollars as well. And ultimately, we need 17 more, which isn't going to happen today. It's probably not even going to happen this month, but my goal is to get it done before the end of the year. Whereas I would have thought a month ago that would be impossible. We're now sitting on 17. So if I get just 1 a week for the rest of the year, we can pull that off. So let's see. Just need 1. 1 a week. I know there's one over at this bench today. At least I think it's at the bench. Might also be at the windmill. Pretty sure it's at this bench, so yeah, there we go. Alright, fingers crossed, everyone. Gold quarters. Here we go. Pull 1 of a lot. $17.92 nickel. That's pretty common. In fact, I'm curious to see just how common that is. I have 8 of them. So yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of that. As far as lootables from non-player enemies, right? We had that for a daily under the collector role. These roadblocks are really good for those. Get alcohol bottles from those guys quite frequently. Sometimes you might get like a rare flower too. Like out here in the desert, you might see our agarita. Alright, we are headed down to... Second location is going to be just outside of Tumbleweed, south here. I might get into some free roam stuff. Like if there's defend the campsites or ambushes that happen, we'll definitely do those. But I'm not going to bother with roadblocks. I already have my 100 bootlegger missions reset. I don't need the gold for dailies. So, where is that bootlegger thing? Yeah, I maxed that out probably about a year ago, if I had to guess. So that's totally maxed out. Really no reason for me to get involved in those roadblocks other than just for fun. Oh, dude, it's amazing. So the book Sasquatch Man's talking about, I have it on audio book. Let me get the exact name for everyone. I was just listening to it not too long ago, brother. Red Dead's History. It's by Tor Olson. It is basically the history behind Red Dead's lore, the actual American history behind Red Dead's lore. So if you like the game and you like history, it's pretty cool. On top of that, the audiobook is actually narrated by Roger Clark, who voiced Arthur. So like it's like having Arthur read you a history book, which is freaking amazing, right up my alley. Sasquatch Man, I know like you've done a lot for this channel. But for me, just as an individual, Eric, right? Let's put Outlaws aside for a second. Let's just talk about Eric. Dude, that's a home run, man. That is all right up my alley. So I just, on the way back from dropping Morgan off, was listening to the section on firearms. Specifically, they mentioned Colt firearms, which is kind of near and dear to my heart. I grew up not too far from where the Colt firearms factory was. Or is, I guess. So just a little history for you. That building still exists, right? Where they made all those firearms for like the Civil War and stuff. It still exists. They actually converted it into a bunch of apartments. And the studio engineer who we used to work with, not with this band, but a previous band, he had a studio apartment there. And we actually recorded. So some of the music that I've released, this is going back like probably 30 years at this point. Maybe not 30, probably 20, 25. Some of the music I've recorded was recorded in that building. I specifically remember like some stuff that happened in there, like personal life wise. It's trippy to kind of like hear him talk about that stuff, and I knew about it. I was aware of the history. I love that kind of stuff, that particular era of history, and it was cool to kind of like hear him talk about that. He actually mentioned like Hartford, Connecticut by name, so yeah. So I have a connection to that actual building. It's a cool looking building. It has like one of those little like onion domes on top, a blue onion dome, and like I said, what used to be a huge manufacturing factory has now been converted into like apartments, and a lot of like artsy types lived there. Like there was the apartment next to the engineer that we worked with, the recording guy. She was an artist. She was quite good actually. She had a bunch of her art hanging kind of like outside the apartment and everything. Very interesting building. So yeah, I'm fascinated by this book. I can't wait to see what else there is. Oh hey Minnie, sorry I didn't see you come in. Appreciate you leaving the like. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't quite got to the Pinkerton chapter yet. They've been mentioning the Pinkertons like here and there, but the overall chapter for them. So I just finished the chapter 4, which was about the cowboys and the cattle industry. You know, the beef barons and all that stuff. I'm on the gunslinger category right now, chapter right now. Got about 10 minutes left, according to what I'm looking at. I got about 10 minutes left on that one. But the Pinkerton stuff I'm actually looking forward to. It's interesting. They mentioned how, like, even though in the video game the Pinkertons are chasing after the outlaws in 1899, that by then they weren't even doing that. That, you know, in real life in 1899 the Pinkertons were more obsessed with, like, union laborers and stuff like that. So I'm interested to hear. I like how he, like, basically is giving credit to the developers for at least, you know, somewhat accurately portraying these things, but maybe 20 or 30 years too late, right? So all this stuff with Pinkertons and outlaws in real life happened in the 1870s. You know, the chapter on, like, the Indian Wars and all that stuff, and how, like, the, you know, the native peoples were fighting against government agents in 1899. But, you know, that part's not realistic. The timing of it, the fact that they were fighting against them at one time in our history is accurate. But it's really good, man. It's cool overall, just to kind of see, like, you know, I think we all kind of knew the level of detail that Rockstar went into for this game. I would not have been aware that the timing was off without the book. And I, you know, again, I know history. I feel like I know our U.S. history a lot better than probably the average person, especially for someone who only has a high school degree. I like to joke with Lady Outlaws all the time because she went to college for 5 years, and I don't doubt that she's a smart person, but she doesn't have the level of knowledge that I have on some of this stuff just because maybe it didn't interest her. Like, she just did enough to get through classes, so she could, you know, 20 years ago she could have recited this back on a test, but did she retain it for that long? No. Whereas me, I kind of learned about it in high school, did enough to get by high school, and then later in life dug into it more. So yeah, that's not to say that I'm smarter than Lady Outlaws, because I don't think that. But I've been fortunate enough to be able to die. And we have things today like YouTube and other, you know, sources to gain information from that we didn't have 20 something years ago, you know, or when we were in high school or whatever. But it's good. I'm looking forward to the rest of it. Like I said, I love the fact that it's narrated by Roger Clark. He's so amazing. And he does sound, even like in his natural voice, he sounds enough like Arthur to where it feels like you're being read a book by Arthur. History book by Arthur. So thank you for that recommendation, man. Like I said, I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. That's a huge home run for me. Like, I love stuff like that. Actually, reading a book right now about Hartford, Connecticut, how it's tied with Oak Ridge, almost nuclear atomic bomb. Yeah, so that's what's crazy about Connecticut. Like, my little tiny state that I'm from, you never really consider it for much. But we were just watching. Morgan has become obsessed with The Greatest Showman, which, for those of you who are familiar with it, it's like a fictionalized version of P.T. Barnum, his life, and how he came to essentially found the circus. So I didn't realize I didn't even realize his ties to Connecticut. He was the mayor of Bridgeport for a time there, and actually had a lot to do with slavery and ultimately, like, the abolishment of slavery. So yeah, my little tiny state has a lot of, like, connections to, like, a lot of big real world stuff. Like, you know, I wouldn't have thought that. Like, I knew about Colt firearms, but I didn't realize that, you know, they were on the brink of, or I was having a hard time selling them until the onset of the Civil War, and then it was like, after that, everyone had one because it gave them enough money to sell them at a cheaper rate. Alright, so I think all the coins we pulled so far are pretty common. I haven't been paying too close attention. I know I didn't see any gold quarters because I was stopped in my tracks, but yeah, 8, 9, 8. I think we pulled a necklace from one of these random spots. I still think, though, even though there's going to be a ton of common coins today, I still think if you have the time to do a full coin run with a character who maybe isn't all that ranked up, I think you should do it. If you ever have the intention of getting to rank 1000 in this game, the XP, just from, like, I'll call it by accident, right? So I'm looking for coins, but we're finding necklaces and rings and bracelets and necklaces and rings and bracelets and earrings. The earrings maybe not so much, but we're finding full sets of these things kind of by accident. And if you can find one that's kind of rare while you're looking for coins, the benefit is not only like $1,000 in money, but 4,500 XP. For a lot of people, that's like almost a full rank or half a rank. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out if I think it's better to do that than it is to just go collect all the carts and flowers and alcohol bottles that are on the map every day. It probably is. Oh, we got a dog here. Let's see if he leads us to some absinthe. I think it might be better to do the cards, but if you have time to do both, you should do both. Do a full coin run and then do some cards and stuff afterwards, or the XP gain and the money gain is just outrageous. I mean, I've made almost $130,000 this month so far, and I've been doing other stuff. God of War videos. I played a full season of NCAA college football over the weekend. That's a dead person. No absinthe bottle. I'm not even gonna loot it. Let the poor person keep their 18 cents. Sorry, puppy, that you're now on your own. I would adopt you and bring you to my camp if Rockstar would let me, but lo and behold, they do not. But yeah, $130,000, I'll say without breaking a sweat. I mean, I feel like I've done a ton of other stuff this month. I mean, the first week, I think I only played like maybe 1 day, 2 days, so. Los Alamos, is that, that's in New Mexico, right? So they're tied, Oak Ridge is tied to Los Alamos? I'm not familiar with Oak Ridge. They must have renamed that town. I'd be curious to know. Is it Oak Ridge, Connecticut? Let me look that up. Let me see what I can tell you about that town from a boots on the ground perspective. Oh, is it part of modern day Danbury, maybe? Let's see, Oak Ridge. I thought it was funny the other day, Sasquatch Man, when you said, "Don't tell people that you could read." That you're very smart. I kind of figured that. Some of the stuff you said, even when you were in character, led me to believe that you're a pretty intelligent guy. I feel kind of the same way. Maybe not on the same level as you, but I think sometimes I play up the idiot persona. I think perhaps I'm a little smarter than I give off. I don't know. Maybe not. But don't tell anyone I said that. Kratos, how's it going? Got third coins and arrows. This is not only one mega funnel, 8 times another funnel, 2 funnels. Nice, dude. Nice. So you've been out doing some collecting. Glad to hear it. You were sitting on, I believe, quartz arrowheads, right? You were looking for some quartz arrowheads. I think I got one yesterday. I think I turned in a set of arrowheads yesterday. So I have been doing, basically logging in. I got a hideout over here. Logging in, doing a daily then doing the coin search, and then that's been it for me. Honestly, I haven't even been doing these like hideouts and things when I haven't been streaming. I've been skipping over a lot, so obviously today I can't do that. We're going right into where these guys are at. I have no freaking meats. See, that should tell you all you need to know. I have no big game meat or creeping time meat. I mean, we have to kill these guys because they're gonna shoot at us. Oh, nice! I forgot about going to the Deadeye. Probably get that daily done. I suspect we'll find at least 5 gentlemen to kill in Deadeye. I don't even know if that one counted. How did I kill that guy? Dude, I killed that guy and picked up my tomahawk immediately. I love it. Look out, fire. Yeah, the coin is literally over to my right here. Alright, there we go. Got our 5 Deadeye kills. Might as well kill here. So still getting throwing weapon kills. I'll say on Saturdays and Sundays when I'm not streaming, here and there, right? Like I said, I've been skipping over a lot of this stuff, but I still want to get throwing weapon kills. We still gotta try and max that one out at some point. Oh, how did he tackle me? Did I work? Look out! Now we're on fire again. Oh, painted black didn't work that time. Gotta love it, man. Alright, let's get some cap gun kills. You guys didn't know about that one. Cap gun headshots and cap gun kills. That's a sharpshooter award that is specific to me. Where's this last guy at? He's hiding up there on the ridge somewhere. Hello? Oh, rock kill. Rock headshot. Collecting in between taking samples? Yeah, I bet. Dude, you might be the only one still doing samples in collector month. We have to loot collectibles from these guys. You know, we'll see how. I'm not sure. Where am I at with my gold teeth? I forget where that even is. I must not have many because these are on here. So yeah, we might be able to get some. If we get some gold teeth from these guys, that might count. We will see how fickle the game is being today in regards to collectibles looted from non-player enemies. Normally you get like a rash of gold teeth, a whole plethora of them. But days like today, probably not so much because it's a daily. It's funny how they nerf it on daily days. But we'll see. Should be plenty of enemies in a poker table lobby for us to loot. Question is whether or not we'll get some. Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I got you. So Hartford, Connecticut, and Oak Ridge, Tennessee, connected to Los Alamos and the testing of the nuclear bomb. Some turtle wax on that dune. Use some turtle wax on the dome. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, well now it's raining. It should have a nice glossy shine. You know what? Let's go up. My horse bounced. He's up somewhere over there. What the heck? My horse went way, dude. Whoa. Settle down, dude. My horse ran off to the next county. He's still, like, moving his way north. He's like, get me out of here. That horse, man, that is a weak horse. I don't even try anymore pushing down on the left joystick to make sure I don't get bucked when there's predators around. I'm just like, forget it. Let me just get my gun out. There ain't no stopping that horse from bucking you when there's predators around. And as you can see, clearly afraid of gunfire as well. He ran off to the next freaking county. Alright, we gotta go. This next one's over by Gus. So this is kind of a lengthy ride here. Yeah, there's no. I got you though. I got your spell check translation. I knew what we were talking about. But yeah, dude, the history of the area here is pretty interesting, especially the ties to the Civil War. There's another place out in either Canaan or Norfolk. I forget which town. Somewhere out like northwest Connecticut that actually is connected to the cannonballs. I think for the Revolutionary War. I don't think they wouldn't have been using cannons in the Civil War, right? By then it was guns. The guns had been invented. They maybe used some cannons in the Civil War, but I think it's the Revolutionary War. Um, they did like mass producing of the cannonballs. There's actually like a little state park where you can hike near there. I don't think I ever hiked that trail, but I'm aware of it. So Connecticut has this thing. You'd be surprised, right? Because Connecticut, the elevation's not that high. And our mountains, we call them mountains, but they barely qualify. They're like just over 2,000 feet above sea level. They're more like hills than anything. It's also the third most densely populated state, right? So per square mile, Connecticut has pretty high population. But somehow nestled between all of that is actually some pretty good hiking trails, and some of the elevation changes are pretty decent. So like there's this one stretch of trail in like Southington / Plainville, Connecticut, where there's a highway that goes through this ridge line. It's called the Metacomet Ridge. There's a highway that goes through it. So they dynamited like the whole thing, and you can just, I mean, it's not like a tunnel or anything. You can like drive on the highway and still see the sky. But when you're hiking up the trail on the ridge, you have to descend like 600, 700 feet. You walk maybe quarter of a mile, half a mile tops, and then you go right back up another 600, 700 feet. So it's not grueling in terms of like you're not climbing Everest. I mean, you're not even climbing some of the mountains, I'm sure, like where Sasquatch lives, right? The Smokies. I think you have like 4,000 foot elevation mountains down by you. But even in my experience, so for me, some of the higher elevation mountains I've hiked are in like Vermont or New Hampshire. Usually it's a nice gradual process. Like they planned out the trail well in advance, and it follows a pretty, for the most part, generally easy climb. You know, even like the use of like switchbacks or whatever. But it's not very often that I've hiked those trails where I've descended 700, 800 foot elevation and then gone right back the other side. So it's challenging in its own right. I'm not trying to dismiss Smoky Mountains or even some of the stuff that's in Vermont.
No time for this.
But
Eyes open, man.
it's challenging in its own right. So anyway, there's this book. It's put out by the Connecticut Forests and Parks Association, CFPA for short. They have what they called their Blue Blaze hiking trails. This like 900 miles of hiking, maybe even over 1,000 at this point, because they've added a few trails since I did it. But I bought my book back in, I don't know, 2010 maybe, 2011. And the reason, this is like a really long way of me telling you that the book, not only does it contain like information on the hiking trails, like elevation and distance and stuff like that you would expect to find in a hiking book, but it also has a lot of like, here's the history you're going to experience while you hike on this trail. So it's a really cool little book. It comes with like a 3-ring binder. And the pages are kind of short, so you can like easily but pop out what you need for that hike on that day, and then when you're done, put it back in the larger book. So that's pretty cool. It's really well thought out and well designed hiking booklet that the CFPA puts out. But yeah, so it's cool. I just think it's cool that there's like a lot of history here. I mean, it's an old state. One of the original 13, right? So there should be some history, but I think a lot of times it gets lost, especially because we're halfway between Boston and New York, right? So, I mean, obviously, New York is like, name a bigger, well-known city around the world, United States city around the world. I don't think you can. New York and D.C. are probably the two, and even then, I think New York's probably number one. And then Boston, in its own right, has insane amounts of history. So, Connecticut, probably forgotten in part due to those two things, right? Most people are going to be like, oh, I want to go experience the Big Apple and go to New York City, or, oh, I want to go to Boston and experience the history. Nobody in their right mind says, oh, hey, let's vacation in Connecticut. In fact, I don't even know why we have a tourism part of our government here in Connecticut, but it's there. You just kind of have to look for it and kind of have to know about it. But yeah, there's ties to, like, we have the old Nike missile sites that are kind of scattered around our state. Like, there's tons of history here. The AT Trail does not end in Connecticut. It does cut through here for a little bit. I've actually hiked all of the Connecticut miles, a portion of New York, because it dips into New York real quick and then comes back into Connecticut. Then it goes up into Massachusetts. I've done some of the Massachusetts miles, and I've even done some miles up in Vermont, where it intersects with the... Is it the White Mountain Trails? I don't know. But yeah, I think it's like a stretch of like 56 miles goes through the northwestern portion of Connecticut. It's cool, man. We did, gosh, this is like making me think of the dog. Me and the dog we used to drive, like, it takes about 2 hours to get out there where we live. Drive out, hike a stretch of like 7 miles, double back, and then drive home. Because when I first started hiking in the area where we live, Lady Outlaws was kind enough to, like, I dropped my car off at one end of the trail, and then we'd drive, and she would drop me and the dog off at the other end of the trail. These are local trails I'm talking about now. Which was good because you could do like 10 or 12 miles in a day. But she, God bless her, she was not going to drive 2 hours just to drop me off at some trailhead out in the northwestern corner of the state. So me and the dog would be on our own, and essentially I'd have to, like I said, double back. But we would do, like, ultimately we would cover 7 miles of trail, but you'd have to do it out and back. So I would do like 14-mile days on the Appalachian Trail and only be able to cross off like 7 miles off of my goal. But I did, over time, finally complete I think it's like 56 miles, whatever it is. I've completed the Connecticut section of it, which isn't too bad. It is the one area of our state where you can really get into trouble with bears. We have a lot of black bears here. No grizzlies, thank God. But black bears are pretty common in certain parts of our state, and that's one of them. In fact, the highest elevation in Connecticut is not too far from a place called Bear Mountain, which, again, barely over 2,000 feet of sea level. Barely qualifies as a mountain, but it is a mountain all the same. While I was hiking out that way, there was a young man running the Appalachian Trail. He stopped me to tell me that he's like, asked me if I'd seen any bears, and I was like, no, you? He's like, yeah, I just saw one up by Bear Mountain. You're not headed that way, are you? And I was like, actually, I am headed out that way. I still have not, in all my days of hiking, ever seen a bear while out on the trail. I've seen them in the wild in, like, Vermont while we were just driving around, but I've never actually seen one. And I don't know. Part of me is like, I kind of want to see one, but from a distance, because I don't want it to attack me, and I definitely don't want to come in between it and its cubs. Mama bear and her cubs, you need to stay away from that situation. But I would love to see one from, like, a distance, maybe while, like, on top of a mountain, see it, like, down in the valley or whatever. I did get that while we were in Vermont, but like I said, we were driving. There was a bunch of people parked on the side of the road. I was like, what are they all looking at? And it was a bear and 2 cubs, and I was like, oh, come on. So I hopped out of the car. Morgan hopped out of the car. She got to see them, too. The cubs were cool. They were kind of like just frolicking like young children, But yeah, it's awesome, man. I love hiking. I want to get back into it. Unfortunately, with the dog, we had to cut that down big time because he got old and he could barely even walk around the back neighborhood. Never mind hike the 14 miles we used to do. But with his passing, maybe I need to pick that up. And I know Morgan's interested in it, and she maybe was a little too young for it at first, but I think now probably we can start going back to doing some of the local trails. Maybe I'll start over again from where I started. This is probably like 10, 15 years ago. We did some of the local trails. Me and the dog. It's me and my buddy. But it felt wrong to me to go hiking without him. So maybe now that he's passed, maybe this fall, Morgan and I will get into it. The problem here is, man, you get these freaking ticks, and they're so they just carry so many diseases. It's like I don't want to get Lyme disease, man. That sounds terrible. This is probably a bad year for them too, because we've been getting a lot of rain here. They love that wet, So maybe we'll wait till later in the fall. I used to love hiking in the winter. I don't like bugs, right? So most people hike in the summer because it's nice out or whatever. But I'm more of a winter hiker because I'd rather deal with the snow than with any of the bugs. Cold doesn't bother me. Bugs do. It can be exhausting hiking in the summertime, swatting away flies and stuff. Like your arms get more of a workout than your legs do. But yeah, get back into it. Start small, right? She's kind of little still. I'm not near the shape I was back then, so start with a local trail. Maybe do 5 miles, do a loop or whatever, and don't have to bother Lady Outlaws. Her and Avery can stay back at the homestead while Morgan and I go out hiking. It's an owl. This is the one that you always hear but never see. But yeah, I love the AT. I saw Coyote on the AT. I'm trying to think of what else we did out that way, man. It's kind of a blur. It was so long ago. I used to keep this blog, not a vlog, but a blog, an actual written, typed blog about all my adventures. I was thinking about going back and looking at that. It's the idea has popped in my mind a few times recently, and I just haven't done it yet. If nothing else, just to kind of reminisce about time spent with my dog. Cougar, I heard it. Where is it? Where is she? Come on, man. This horse is totally gonna buck me. The horse knows she's over there. I know she's over there. What is she doing? I have no control of this horse right now. This is the worst horse when it comes to predators. Yes, I survived. And I did not get bucked. Not something I would say if I had my trusty Breton out here, but we've been using this Criollo for collector month. He is not the bravest horse. by a long shot. That's actually one of the things they talked about in the Gunslinger chapter, how the gun-related phrases and words have become part of our vernacular through the generations. I literally just said long shot, right? And that's not even one. I don't think he said long shot, but he talks about all the other ones. Actually, I don't think he said jumping the gun either. But there was a few of them that he mentioned that I was like, oh yeah. going off half-cocked, and all these other gun-related phrases that have made the way through our, and it's just everyday speech at this point. I say them probably all the time, without even realizing it. That is a great find, a great suggestion. Actually, Sasquatch Man, have you ever seen Hell on Wheels? Oh, we got the snowbuck out here. I had this out here the other day. Do I even want to bother? Let's see if we can get a sample. I don't care about the photograph or whatever the daily is. I just want to see. What? There we go. I ask about Hell on Wheels because I think that is another great source of, like, it's a Western, but it's based more in reality than anything else, and really goes into the founding of the railroad, and you know how just the dirty, nasty, like at this point. I was talking with Morgan about it this morning on the way to her softball camp, and I basically was like, "You like trains, right?" She's like, "Yeah, I love trains." I'm like, "Well, let me tell you something about trains and you know the laying of the railroad and all that stuff." I told her, I'm like, "You're gonna get into it later in your life, you know, in history books and stuff like that, but you know, the way that the railroad and trains has been glorified, when you look into the actual history of what went on, man, it was nasty. And now it's like hardly anybody ever rides any trains other than like maybe local trains, right? No one takes a train from New York to Chicago anymore. And actually, I like the part where he talked about how it took Lincoln 5 different train and like layovers and stuff to get to New York from Chicago. It's so silly to think that someone thought that that was going to be the wave of the future, and ultimately had to sell everybody else on the idea. And nowadays we're like, yeah, our freight and stuff probably couldn't travel without trains, but for the most part, like I don't know too many people that take passenger trains, other than like, you know, maybe in the southern part of our state and the southeast or southwest rather part of our state, Greenwich and Stamford area. You know, they take the trains into New York, and maybe some people on Long Island maybe take the train every day to get to New York City, but this is not what it once was. In fact, we have a lot of rails out this way that are being converted into like bike trails. You know, they're digging up the old rails, and some cases they put down like gravel. Other cases they do pavement. Rails to trails, they call it. So to think that all that went on, and then 200 years later, people are just like, meh, trains. It's crazy, man. But I do love Hell on Wheels is such a great show. I love the main character. He actually reminds me a lot of Arthur. And the actor who played him was born to play that role. Yeah, it was. I love it. It's on Netflix now. Or maybe it was Amazon Prime. One of those 2 streaming services. I just rewatched it again recently. I had my hand off the controller there. This is going to be a problem. Definitely getting bucked this time. Oh, maybe not. Dude, my cap gun is no match for these enemies today. I mean, these enemies are no match for my cap gun. I'm never cleaning this gun. Yeah, I just rewatched it again recently. Forgot how good it was, and I like that it's not like there's moments of action for sure, but they definitely didn't over sensationalize the violence like some of these other Western shows did, and I think it's cool that they, you know, again they included Thomas Durant like a real life character. They talk about like the credit mobilier stuff, which is all like again mentioned in this book that Sasquatch and I have been talking about. Wilkie brother, how's it going, man? How you like college football? It's great. It's hard, but a lot of fun. Yeah, so I'm glad we're like, let's shift gears a little bit. We talked a lot about like history and stuff like that. We can come back to it, but the college football thing, I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong, but there's always a but. But I'm finding it particularly difficult to move up from freshman level. And what I mean by that is there's difficulty settings within the dynasty mode where if I play on freshman mode, every play on offense, like I could run the ball on offense and never have to pick a passing play and go like 90 yards down the field and score, no problem. Like it's not even a question. I have these two plays I call that work, almost guaranteed 10 to 30 yards, 10 yards for rushing, 30 yards for pass play, almost every single time. And on defense, my players are getting so many sacks on the quarterback that it's like kind of laughable. So just the other day, I was like, all right, I'm done with this freshman mode. I'm tired of. I mean, I won one game like 108-10. Like that's not realistic. So I was like, all right, I think I'm ready for the next level, right? Obviously, 108-10. So no reason to keep playing on freshman level. Well, I play on varsity level, which is the next level of difficulty up. And I'm losing 35-10, and I can barely move the ball. Like, I call a pass play, every pass is either deflected or intercepted, or my guy's getting sacked. And the run, then I'm like, all right, well, let me call a run play, see if I can stop some of this nonsense. Like, obviously, you can't throw an interception if you're running the ball. 2-yard loss, 3-yard loss, 1-yard gain. I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. Like, why is it such a drastic difference in difficulty? Like, I don't want to keep playing the game. Like, I guess what I'm looking for is something a little more competitive. Like, my team at this point, my dynasty team, is good enough to, I think, play in the playoffs. So, not unreasonable to have like a 7-5 or 8-4 or 9-3 even record, but to get blown out like that, like, I just want a different. I want a middle road of being the one doing the blowout or being the one getting blown out, and I don't think that that's too much to ask for. So at one point I was like, oh, maybe I'll take a look at the difficulty settings and change some of the sliders around. I don't want to do all that, man. Like, I just want it to be a little more difficult. I still want to win the majority of my games, which I feel like varsity setting, that's what it should be. Like, I feel like I almost went from like freshman level difficulty to Heisman level difficulty, and I know I didn't do that. So I don't know, man. I'm curious about anything anyone else thinks about that. Agree, some adjustment levels. Yeah, exactly. Game got you pissed off right now. Yeah, it's totally bugged out. Pistols, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, it's the other thing that happened too is I didn't notice a ton of like buggy stuff other than the dialogue. So when the patch came out, I was like, oh, maybe they fixed some of the dialogue nonsense. I can promise you they did not. In fact, it got worse. And I'll explain that in just a minute. But more concerning to me is a lot of times they would show, like towards the end of the season, they would show either the player's season stats or like their career stats. Let's say, in my example, so lately all I've been doing is just running the ball because I got tired with the passing game. So my one back, I think, had like 3,000 yards, which is ridiculous. But when it showed the graphic to say like 3,000 yards this season, his head was missing from the graphic, and his name was missing from the graphic. It just said like 3,000 yards. It didn't show his number or anything. And it's kind of funny because of the way they positioned the team logo. I play as local to Connecticut here is the Yukon Huskies, mostly known for their basketball programs, but I'm trying to single-handedly revamp their football program. But it was like, it looked like a husky with shoulder pads on. The most ridiculous looking thing. And I'm sure if you like were a fan of Texas or whatever, it would look like a Longhorn in like a jersey. Like it's so dumb, dude. But so that's one thing. Like the overlays got jacked up for the graphics, the stats graphics. And then the other thing is the dialogue is so bad. So part of the thing that's been happening because I've just been playing on freshman level and my team is so maxed out. Like I've actually had to like purposely take my time going down the field. Like I don't snap the ball until 1 second on the play clock and like all this other nonsense that I shouldn't have to do just to make the game somewhat more reasonable. Like to me, a 42-7 win is better than a 108-10 win. At least it's still kind of close. And the stats don't get so crazy, except for the rushing stuff, obviously. And part of me remembers this being a problem with the last game I played, the last NCAA. I think the last one I owned was like NCAA 2009. It's very similar to that, if I remember correctly, but maybe even worse, like the difficulty thing. I think at least I used to be able to play on like varsity level or whatever. I forget what the difficulties were like, but not on the most easy difficulty. So anyway, just to kind of hint at one thing that really bothers me, it totally removes you from the immersion of the game, is like my team, because they get so many sacks on the quarterback and the opposing offense can barely move the ball, my team leads the league in sacks and in rushing yards, defensive rushing yards, right? Holding the opponent from being able to run the ball. Kirk Herbstreit literally was like, they should be able to run the ball against this team. It's one of the worst run defenses in the country. And I literally like dropped the controller with my jaw open and I was like, dude, what? Like, come on, man, figure that out at least. At least make the dialogue make sense. Legit on the next play, he said the opposite. Where he was like, this team's been doing a good job stopping the run all season. I don't know why this team's trying to run the ball, or whatever this stupid dialogue is that he says. So like, and this is a real like, common thing amongst video games. The dialogue triggers are just off the charts bad. I talked about this before with Forbidden West, where you would be fighting, say, like 10 enemies, and you would kill 8 of them, and your companion would say, okay, last enemy, and it's like, no, it's not. There's 2 enemies left. I can see them on the minimap or whatever it is. It's like, why are these dialogue triggers in these games so bad? Like that to me, I don't know jack about programming, but that seems to me like that would be something very easy to make sure is correct before you release it. And then if it's not, for whatever reason, fix it. Like just, I mean... And I don't care. It's not like a personal thing where I'm like, oh, Kirk Herbstreit called my defense bad. Like, I don't care about that. I just want the freaking game to work the game, to be accurate. Because the second he says something like that, I'm like, well, that takes me out of the immersion. And look, I know announcers say things that do that in real games too, real life games, but not to that degree. I mean, it was just so egregious. We got a gold dollar. We're up to 3 now. I got this rare. This is a flint arrow. I don't know why this is rare. Still looking for that first gold quarter today. Honestly, we may not get one. Last 2 days I haven't. It's back. The gold quarter is like the new Liberty quarter. Like I haven't been able to find them anywhere. You don't play games of stress. I agree. I need a freshman play. Yeah, dude. That's one of those games where like I said, I like a competitive challenge. I want to be a little more competitive. If I'm calling the same 6 plays, the defense should be able to adjust to that. But not to the level. I mean, it goes from me being able to throw for 5,000 yards and 52 touchdowns in a season to me not being able to complete a single pass. Like, there needs to be something in the middle, man. It's kind of comical. I actually, I thought about posting a video the other day because you could actually see in the season where I made the change. Right, so I had like a 88-0 win over Florida State, and then you can see how it goes from like 88-0 to like 35-10. Like, it's just ridiculous. I had won 4 national championships in a row up until that point, but I was like, I need something that just let's try a little more competitive. When I first started the game with UConn, okay, because the real UConn football team is not that great. they would never. They actually would. They probably would lose by more than 35-10 against a team like Florida State or Georgia or some of your other top-ranked teams. But they also wouldn't win like 88-0. So it's unrealistic for me to be playing there, going, oh yeah, my UConn football team won 4 national championships in a row. I was like, all right, maybe we can dial this down a little bit. But then it was like that 5th year was just like, you could see exactly where it went from. And it was I think it was part of the patch, right? So the patch reset the difficulty. Like when I first started out, I did start out on varsity level, and then I dialed it down to freshman. So then when the patch came out, it reset it to varsity level. And the other thing it did for me too is now every time when I log in, it resets it back to varsity. So I have to like kind of keep an eye on that, which it wasn't doing that before too. So again, one of these patches that these video game companies put out that somehow make the game worse, man. I don't understand it. I don't know if they just don't test this stuff. It will never make sense to me how your bug fixes make your game worse, no matter the game. Yeah, no, and that's the thing too, right? It's an amazing start, and they hope that they keep expanding it. I agree. I'm like, I don't want to like talk it down so much. I'm thrilled to have it back. 1,000%. Could not stress enough how thrilled I am to actually be playing NCAA college football again. The other day, if you're on social media, like there's all these memes about getting Pizza Hut and drinking Mountain Dew, and how it's not 2009 anymore. It's actually 2020. The fact that we have a college football game where I legit can order a large pizza and a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew, and have that be my weekend as a grown man with kids, like that is, I wouldn't trade it for the world. So I just like, I hope they keep expanding it and making it better, and I think that they will. I think that the market is there for them. They realize the market is there for them. Everybody wants it, right? It's good for all sides, except for maybe the wives and the kids, but who cares about them? No, I'm kidding. It's so great, dude. It's like I feel like I'm back in my apartment in Texas or my apartment in Baltimore. That was like that was good times. Like when I wasn't out doing stuff with friends. After work, if it was just me and I wanted to load into college football or whatever, or Madden, right? I used to play a ton of Madden too. Those are the glory days. It's cool to be able to relive that. So yeah, hopefully they keep expanding it. Hopefully we get another one here in the future. I wonder though, with it being online now, if they'll actually release one every year like they used to do, or if they'll just continue to update it as is. Part of the reason why it might be Madden College Football 25 is because they might be doing this year and next year, and then maybe in 2026 we'll get College Football 2027, and just do it every couple years with good updates as opposed to just barely changing the game. That's one thing that annoys me about sports games. Even MLB The Show, they update it every year, or they resell it every year, and there's not really a ton of updates to it. So we'll see where it goes, man. I'm excited, though. I'm glad to have it back. Tech, how's it going, brother? Appreciate you dropping the like. Welcome. Irish Gal, hello. Welcome. We are just talking American college football. So I apologize to everyone who were kind of like leaving in the dark on that stuff. They're probably like, we don't know anything about football. Wait, is he talking about soccer football? No, we're talking about actual football, American football, which is such a misnomer, but not changing it now. You're not gonna change it anytime soon. It's huge money-making, essentially corporation at this point. Not going to stop us from saying football. And not meaning what the rest of the world calls football. Bison Nation? Is that Bison? Is that Colorado? Colorado Buffaloes, right? Is that the? I've never. I don't know. So here's my thing with college football. I love playing it. I'm not like I don't watch a ton of it anymore. It's tough when, like, it was exciting when our UConn program here, Connecticut Huskies, was kind of competing and going to bowl games and knocking off a few ranked teams. I think one year they beat North Carolina when North Carolina was a 12. Like that's exciting stuff. But now they can barely beat like UMass, which is terrible. Oh, North Dakota State, nice. Yeah, it's interesting. So you know, for those of you who are starting out playing that game and you know, you're like, how do I get to the top? Like, how do I build out my team? I think I have a pretty good strategy for it. Obviously, playing on freshman level makes it a lot easier. But as far as recruiting goes, I think I have a pretty good strategy too. I was able to keep the top 5. There was like one top 5. I think he was a quarterback, in-state quarterback. I was able to keep him here, keep him local, and he played all 4 years for me. He actually broke passing records for Connecticut, which is kind of funny. I was going to message, a lot of you may know from ESPN, Dan Orlovsky. He's mostly he's on ESPN now. He's mostly famous for when he played for the Detroit Lions, running out of the back of the end zone and causing a safety. So a lot of you probably remember that. But he's on ESPN now, and he's a local boy. Actually, one of my girlfriends back in the day had a friend who knew him. But he played at UConn, and he's actually probably the best quarterback we've had in our history. Which is so funny. It's like the best quarterback in our college history is famous for running out of the back of the end zone in the NFL. Yeah. So, but when I I broke his record not too long ago, and I was gonna like message him on Twitter, like tag him in a post on Twitter about it, but I decided not to. But yeah, so I think I've got a pretty good process for building a program that's maybe not so well known. Like, I remember one year I played as like Idaho. I think one of the trips through NCAA 2009, I played as like either Idaho or some other school that no one really knows, and I built them into a powerhouse program before taking a job at Florida State. I was a huge Florida State fan back in the day, but not so much anymore. Oh, Carson Wentz. Yeah, okay, nice. I know Carson Wentz. I know that name.
Please, someone help!
I'm not even doing anything. They got an antagonize. This lady. Don't be scared. It's not like I had a gun out. I had my freaking metal detector out. Maybe because I'm in her flower bed. I don't know. But yeah, it's been a good game. I'm happy to have it back. I know it probably sounds like I was dumping on it a little bit, but it's just because I always think things could be better. I would tell you the same thing about myself. Like, I realize I'm an imperfect person and that I have lots of things I need to work on. But I feel like some of it should be easy to fix some of that stuff. The dialogue triggers especially. Like, I'll never understand why.
Didn't get everything you needed, huh?
You know, why a companion in the game would say it's the last enemy if it's not actually the last enemy. The game should be able to recognize that. So, that's I'll get down off of my pedestal now and get back to looking for coins. A few items sold to the butcher.
Come back and see.
I'm gonna keep doing these pelts and wolf hearts to the butcher. 759. So yeah, we're kind of working towards resetting that award. At some point, we'll get there. I did some resupplies over the weekend, so that's getting closer. But really, like I've been saying, I know I sound like a broken record. It really has been these coins, specific at this point. Gold quarters is something I'm having a hard time finding, even though I'm checking every coin spot and every metal detector spot. pretty much every day. But we'll get there. I honestly believe we'll get there at this point. 17 away. Just a matter of when. Hey June, how's it going? Welcome. Over to the H. Kind of by camp at this point. So in other news, been working on God of War. I think I'm done. I think God of War Ragnarok specifically. I think I'm done. I have scheduled the last 3 episodes. I call them episodes. Episodes in the series. It's basically the last 3 story missions, which I won't talk about in great detail because I don't want to give any spoilers for anybody who doesn't know already. But they will post 7 o'clock p.m. my time. So just about 7.5 hours from now, so whatever time that is in your neck of the woods, episodes 15, 16, and 17, which is basically the ending. The one tonight's kind of short. I think it's only like 20 minutes. Then tomorrow's, I guess, video is a little longer, closer to an hour. And I think the finale was like 2 hours. So a little longer there, but it is the last one. I'm really happy with the way it came out. But basically telling you all of that to say the Warriors video is complete as well. I was able to work on it over the weekend. I finished it up last night. I have a thumbnail I want to use, but I'm still keeping an eye out just in case I see something I like better. So, Warriors video should be, I don't see why it wouldn't be, uploaded Friday. I'm going to try to shoot for like 11 a.m. Eastern Time in the United States, so that's right around right now. So this time Friday, come Friday, the Warriors for Kratos and Atreus from God of War Ragnarok we posted. I'm really happy with how it came out. I would say generally spoiler free. So if you haven't played the game yet, I think, there'll be some mild spoilers for some of the boss fights, but probably not, right? So without getting into great detail, because I don't want to ruin much of the story, like Odin is there the whole time, right? So as soon as you start the game, probably like 30 minutes into the game, you're like, okay, Odin is the big bad boss, okay? He's the big boss. So when I tell you that at the end of the game you fight Odin, that's not a spoiler. Like, that should not come as a surprise to anyone. Like, you know what I'm saying? That being said, if you're worried about what the fight looks like, I think I edited it in a way that you'll be able to see some of the cool stuff without it giving away too much of how that fight plays out, okay? So let's leave it at that. I don't want to spoil any of that game for anyone. I want people to be able to enjoy games like I enjoy them. But don't. I would encourage you not to shy away from watching my video because you're worried about spoilers. I think I did a good job of leaving out some of the bigger hits as much as I could and still make it a good quality video. You know, could I have made a video only showing some of the minor boss fights? Probably. But in fact, there's a fight in that game, and I don't want to give too much away, so I'm not going to say against who or what. But there's a fight in that game where there's a bunch of cool cinematics that I probably could have just made a 3-minute and 45-second video of Kratos and Atreus fighting this one enemy. And I may go back and do that, because I included a couple of the clips in this video, this Warriors video, but I may go back and do another Warriors video of them just fighting this particular enemy. If I can make it work, I might do that. But I would say next up is the God of War 2018 game. I might even try to move my capture card over tonight to the other PS5 that has that game on it. And start that playthrough now, like later today. But we'll see. So anyway, that's a lot of information to unpack. Essentially, I posted a kind of a schedule, I guess, to my community tab here on the channel. This week's going to be a lot of live streams, right? Today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. I don't see why I couldn't live stream all 4 of those days. And a lot of God of War stuff. So a lot of, it's daytime here. Another Liberty Quarter, man. What's that, 6? It's daytime here. So I would say daytime for me, live streams, nighttime, God of War. And then on Friday, that'll shift a little bit. No live stream on Friday, but I will have that Warriors video posted. So. I'm curious to see the PS5 that has the older games on it, like God of War. It hasn't been working so well for some of these newer games. Like, it just like shuts off. So hopefully it'll work when I go back to play 2018 God of War. Hopefully the capture card works fine on that PlayStation. I don't know why it wouldn't. We originally set that stuff up all over there, and then I moved it over to the new PS5. I didn't change anything on the other PS5, but you just never know. And this is the PS5 I'm playing on now. This PS5 is just so freaking, like, I can't trust it. But we'll see. Yeah, I've been busy. That's what I've been telling people. Like, I've made 130,000 RDO this month in Red Dead, and I've been doing all this other stuff. The good thing with the God of War series, or anything you see me post as like series, like I did one for Horizon Zero Dawn recently. I've been doing a bunch of Horizon. I was doing a bunch of Horizon Forbidden West side quests. All that stuff, I capture it, and then as I'm playing through it, and then I go back and edit it later. So, like, some of the God of War stuff, I finished that playthrough weeks ago. So it's kind of like an after-the-fact thing, where I capture it as I'm playing it, and then I just go back and edit it. And I don't even really do a ton of editing. Oh, there you go, Chris. Quartz Arrowhead. What am I missing? If I have 11 of 12 with a quartz... Ah, the obsidian. You know what? I had an obsidian yesterday. I think I got a full set just before I logged out. A full set of arrowheads just before I logged out yesterday's session. What was I talking about? Something about God of War. I don't remember. Oh, the editing. There's not a ton of editing that goes on with those. Basically just trying to find like good stopping and starting and ending points. Which in the case of the God of War series, I just went by the story missions. So it's a little weird because the shortest story mission is only like 20 minutes long, and the longest one is over 2 hours, so the video times are a little weird. I was looking at some other people who've done story playthroughs like that, and they always do like 30-minute videos, so they ultimately end up with like 70 parts to a series. I don't I don't think that's all that exciting to do it that way. I don't know. Jackie and I were talking, Lady Outlaws and I were talking about that, whether it's like, is it worth it to do a ton of 20-minute videos, or is it better to do a couple 2-hour videos? God of War Ragnarok was kind of like my experiment with that, and kind of checking, like, you know, not that I obsess over view counts, but just kind of like looking at them and saying, okay, I think they did all right, considering. I think it was comparable to what I would have done probably if I had done 20-minute videos. So if the view counts are going to be the same, why not just do it the way it's intended? The thing about that game too is, you know, other than like the 19-minute mission, a lot of the story quests are like little mini movies. You know, they're like little, like, hour and a half to 2-hour little mini movies where, you know, the plot kind of develops over time. So I love that game though. It's so good. 2018 game was good too. I'm really looking forward to diving back into that one, but I think the biggest thing for me is like being a dad. You know, the first game came out at a time when my kids were 2, and it's a lot about like being a better father, just being a better person, which was good at the time for me with the kids being so young. And then the newer one came out. They're older now, maybe not as old as Atreus is in the game, but still, it's like, being a good dad doesn't mean that you wake up one day and decide to be a good dad for your 6-year-old. Being a good dad means, as they're changing and growing up, what does that mean? You know, how do you evolve as a dad to kind of keep pace with how they're changing? So I thought they just did a really good job in both aspects. Oddly enough, taking fatherly advice from a god killer like Kratos is an interesting thought. But it really is. That's what those games, at the heart of those games, it's not like just friggin' constant bloodshed. Although it is constant bloodshed, those games have a heart just as much as this game has a heart, and I feel like both games kind of nail what they're trying to do. So 2-hour videos are better option. Really interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There's people who just like shorts, right? So it's cool that YouTube kind of created not that they started it, they kind of stole the idea from TikTok, but still, they've created a sub side of the app where if you have a short attention span, you can just watch shorts. But yeah, I especially like, and again, it's not anything I did, because it's how the story quest plays out. I especially like the ending, like the video that's coming Wednesday night for me, which is the ending of the God of War Ragnarok story. I especially like the way that plays out, the way it starts. I'm trying not to give away too much because I don't want to give away spoilers, but you know, the start of that video, they're all like kind of preparing to go to war against Odin and figuring out like what that means, and then the friggin' final battle is just so well done. It is like watching a movie, but also not so overly cinematic that you don't get to play some cool parts. It's not all cinematics, but it's not all gameplay either, so I guess that's why it takes over an hour and a half. But he's such a great character. I think Kratos is such a great character. Yeah. I was really happy with, you know, the I'll be honest. The Aloy ones I did, right? The Horizon Forbidden West and Horizon Zero Dawn Warriors videos I did for Aloy. Those took me weeks to do, and not that I rushed through. I don't think I rushed through the God of War one. I think I just, at this point, it's my third time doing it. I kind of knew how to set myself up for success with it, and it probably took me 5 or 6 hours yesterday from the time I started it, and I ate dinner in between, so it's kind of hard to say exactly how long it took, but I knew which clips I wanted to include at the beginning of it, and then once I started doing it, I was like, oh, I got an idea for how this could be cool and how it could tie into the song. And I think there's some pretty cool moments in there where like the song lyrics match up well with what's happening on screen. So again, I don't want to give away too much, but I don't want to say it's the best video for Warriors I've done so far, but the ending is so good. I was like, okay, I had some ideas along the way that I'm really happy with how it came out. I can't wait for everyone to see it. Good balance in the cinematic and gameplay. I love games like that. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty perfect. Like, there's some true, like, the other thing I like about it too, like right now I'm in cinematic at the letterbox on the screen. They don't do that in God of War, nor did they do it in the most recent Horizon games. Like, when you went to a cinematic, like the blend between cinematic and gameplay is just so freaking good. The graphic quality doesn't really change. The only way you know you're not in a cinematic anymore is the health bar comes up on the screen, for the character and for the enemies. If you turned off the HUD, you wouldn't even tell the difference between gameplay and cinematic. So we got a full set of bracelets. I think we already had that. I think we pulled that one of the other stops, so I didn't really address it. Oh wait. No, that was necklaces. I think we have a full set of necklaces and a full set of bracelets. No, necklaces we do not. Bracelets we do. What was the other one? Yeah, okay. I guess it's just the bracelets. Again, accident, right? We talked about this a little earlier in the stream. That I was not setting out to collect bracelet sets, but we got one by accident because we pulled it from a random metal ender spot that ideally would have had a coin in it, particularly a 1800 gold quarter. But if you go around looking for coins and you're collecting bracelet sets by accident, you're gonna make a good bit of money this month. I know I probably sound like I'm being a dead horse, but it's true. I have yet to do the login to the other PlayStation trick that we've been talking about. I think Braytech was going to check that over the weekend. I haven't heard from him yet. Maybe he'll check in later today and let us know if he did that, and if he did, how it went. But if I didn't have all this other stuff going on, all these other things I wanted to do, I probably would do that to see, like, does that work? Does that get me the coins I need? I don't think it will. I think it's still just random, but I don't know. We got a pretty good excuse me. Sorry about that. We've had a pretty good pace here today. I'm at 34:48, so only 14 to go. I feel like, well, yeah, I've only been streaming for about an hour. Maybe a little over an hour. But I feel like we're going fast today. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing at the end of this. We'll end up in... Might take us longer to get these last 14 than it did the first 20 whatever, but I feel like the pace has been quick, and obviously we're covering some pretty good topics about games and stuff too, so the fact that I'm able to talk and interact with you all just probably made it go a little faster too. Because I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be taking as long today. Maybe the route generator on the Ropey map gave us a good one, well, for once. Yeah, we got a ton of these too. I gotta stop and see Madame Nazar. She's up in the hills today, Roanoke Ridge. So I'm sure we're gonna go right by her at some point. We'll stop in and see her and sell all these dupes. For now, we're heading over to Saint Denis. There's a random metal detector not too far from this spot. It's been maybe fewer distractions, right? We had the one hideout that we ran right into, so we had no choice but to do it. But I noticed I did hear some gunfire at one point. I skipped over defend the campsite. But only one. I don't think I skipped too many. So Will is taking Lady Alias out for the 18th anniversary. Nice, man. Congrats. Make sure you treat her right. I know she deserves it. And I know you deserve it too. You're a good dude. I appreciate you being here, man. Enjoy your anniversary today. Congratulations, 18 years is awesome. I know it's not always easy. We'll be doing 14 years later this year, this coming fall. So yeah, nice, man. Congrats. June almost got 10 out of 10 arrowheads. Just need one more quartz and 5 more obsidian. Nice. Those might be hard to find. The good news is I think we talked about this the other day. You get to check those extra spots. The random diggable spots, right? The one that just have the shovel icon on them are good for arrowheads. Yeah, nice. Her favorite place. Nice, man. That's awesome. 11, nice, very nice. Yeah, man. I'll say, with the utmost respect to Lady Outlaws, it's not always easy, man. It's just, I think relationships in general are tough. I think even if you find the person who you're meant to be with, like your soulmate, it's not always 100% rainbows and butterflies, right? I think in my case, with our case, right, with Lady Outlaws, we went through some stuff, man. Like, we went through some stuff early on and not too recently ago, not too far ago, where it's like it's work, right? And it's not always work, but it's still work. You have to work at a good relationship like that, even if you're two very good people. In our case, you throw kids into the mix, that complicates things. Like, again, I love my kids. I love being a dad. I wouldn't trade it for the world. But there are certain aspects of trying to raise children, especially in today's society, where you can kind of butt heads with your significant other a little bit. I think in our case, we want the best for our kids, and most parents do. But what does that mean, right? Like, you can both want the best for your kids and have two very different ideas of how to go about it. So, not that I'm some like marriage counselor or anything, and please don't don't take my advice, but I'm just kind of just talking about it in general. Like, it's not easy, man. It's not always easy. So, whenever I hear people have been married, I think Ducky's been married to his wife for like 50 years or something. Some people have been married, like my grandparents have been married 60. Like, they're in their, later stages of life, but the divorce rate is over 50% at this point. So anybody who's been doing it for more than, I would say, 10 years, kudos to you. And cheers on that one for sure. Oh, Scoot. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I know Scoot. I didn't realize that you and Scoot were together. I hear Scoot occasionally. He's kind of quiet, right? But he's on, at least in Will's live streams, he's quiet. You'll have to tell us behind the scenes if he's as quiet as he is during Will's live streams. But no, I played, I think, I don't know if I've ever played with Scoot before, but he was definitely in one of the party chats that I was in with Will and Ash. This is probably going back about 6 months, maybe even a year ago. But yeah, nice. 11 years. That's good. That's awesome. And in the same breath, no knock on anybody who was in a toxic relationship that you had to end. Like, my parents were married for more than 30 years. And I still love my dad and I still love my mom, but my dad did some things that I don't necessarily agree with to my mom. Like, nothing physical or anything like that, but he made some bad decisions, did not seem remorseful about said bad decisions, so it ended after 30 years between the two of them. So, as crazy as that is to think about, they're still included in that, whatever it is, 55% divorce rate at this point. But yeah, I don't think I would have ever had on my marriage bingo card that my parents would get divorced, and here we are. It's kind of weird to talk about too. Like, I get now why I never really understood the whole like, oh, that person's from a broken home, that's why they act the way they do. But dude, I'm telling you right now, for a fact, I had such a hard time when my parents got divorced at 30. I don't know that I could have handled it at like 5 or 8 or whatever. Obviously, again, relationships are complicated. People got to do what they got to do to maintain their own mental health. But I look at kids that don't have both parents in the home a little differently now. Not that I ever looked down on them, but I would say I look at like them with a little more care now than I ever would have prior to my parents getting divorced. We had a bit of a shell shock moment when we went to our kindergarten parent-teacher conference, and Morgan's teacher told us she was the only student that she had who had both parents in the home. She had like 20-something students, and Lady Outlaws and I were the only ones together. And I thought that was, part of me was like, wow, I felt really bad for the kids. Hopefully the parents are still, friendly and trying to raise the kid. I don't know, like, how many of them are single parents. She didn't give us, like, statistics, right? I don't think she could, legally. We don't have any information on how many of them were adopted or maybe lived in group homes. But at the end of the day, as much as I felt bad for the kids, I also was kind of proud of me and Lady Outlaws for saying, we've been through some shit. Definitely, no doubt about it. But we're still together after, at this point, 14, coming up to 14 years. Back then it was probably like 12 or 11 years. But yeah, it's, it's so easy just to quit, man, and give up. And again, that's not to say that in certain cases you shouldn't. Like, obviously, if there's spousal abuse going on, whether verbal or emotional, whatever, physical, get out of there, obviously. But I think too many people give up too quickly, too. So, anyway. 21. I saw 21 somewhere. Oh, that's Michael. Him and his wife are married 21 years on Friday. Nice, man. Well, I'll be streaming. I'm sure I'll see you, but if I don't get to talk to you before then, happy anniversary. Congratulations to you and your wife. Scoot's quiet, told me he needs to talk more. Yeah. That's like, I can be like telling water not to be wet. I know if someone told me to talk less, I wouldn't be able to do that. Catherine's 9, Scoot was her dad, and Alex will be 13. Justin has been his dad since he was 3. Okay. Nice. But yeah, it's, it's complicated, man. Life is a journey, right? So, yeah, but we interact with actually a lot of the kids that her teacher was talking about. We know through, like, Little League or whatever. So we get to interact with both the moms and the dads, and it's not always easy. It can be tough to kind of feel like you're in the middle, and I'm sure it's as weird as it can be for us. I'm sure it's even more weird for them. You still have these events and whatnot. I mean, my parents still haven't been in the same room. It's going on like 6 years at this point. So, I can't imagine, like, taking my kid to a baseball game where my ex-spouse is the coach. Like, that's gotta be weird. Uncomfortable at the least. But in any case, congratulations, Will, Ashley, like I said, I know it's not. This whole thing has been a point to kind of say like it's not easy, not always easy. But I know Will's a good dude. I know Ashley's a good lady, so I expect 18 more out of you two kiddos. No, kidding. Still new in relationships, but definitely does take. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, it can be so hard to find the right person, and then once you find them, it's like it doesn't mean that they're the perfect person because nobody's perfect, but you know, you gotta work at it a little bit for sure. At least a little bit. I don't know anybody. You know, I know the one couple I always think of is my buddy Tim and his wife. They've been together. I think they just celebrated 16 back in July. I always look to them as like the best of my couple friends. Maybe that's because I was there at the very beginning of it. They actually met. His wife was good friends with a girl I was dating at the time. This one was like 19 years old. I've known his wife for a very long time. He's like a brother to me. I would say she's like a sister to me. So I always look to them. But I know that their relationship isn't perfect, just in having conversations with him. So there's no such thing. And that doesn't mean that you have to settle. Certainly doesn't mean you have to settle. But you do have to work. You're not just going to find the perfect person. No such thing. Man, we covered a lot today. We covered American history. We talked about college football. Now here I am giving out relationship advice. Who would have thought? People are like, dude, I came here to watch you play Red Dead Online. I don't want to hear about marriage. No, I think a lot of the people who come here do, actually. I think I have a very specific demographic of subscribers. I talked about this before. It's probably like mostly people in like their 40s and 50s. Maybe have an interest in video games in general, but mostly have a few specific games that they like to play all the time. I know most people are here just to watch Red Dead, but you know. My channel is not geared towards younger video gamers, and that's fine. I could never like pretend to be something I'm not. I just put it out there, and if people like it, then they can stay. If not, you don't have to subscribe. Not gonna be fake, you know. I am who I am. After 42 years, I'm not changing much. It's more like a podcast now. Yeah, exactly. I need to have guests. I need to have like one guest per stream to kind of like talk ideas over with. We're canceling Joe Rogan again, so maybe there's an opening. Cut into some of his audience. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Where the heck is this thing? Alright, 8 more to go. Man, I feel like we are cooking today. We gotta keep this going all week though, right? I haven't streamed multiple days in a week in a long time, so if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. This is an arrowhead spot, June. I know it is. I felt that vibration on the controller. But yeah, if we're gonna do this 3 more times this week, we're gonna have to keep up the conversations. Relationship advice with outlaws. Oh my god, dude. Lady Outlaws is gonna be like. She's gonna be like, he's faking it. He doesn't know jack shit. Oh man. I mean, I think I do all right.
What the hell?
I probably am better at relationships than I am at playing video games. I always had, dude, I never really had like a ton of girlfriends. Like, I always had like a steady, even before I met Lady Outlaws. Don't tell her I said this. No, I'm kidding. She knows. I always had like steady relationships. Like, I dated this one girl for like 3 years in high school, freshman, sophomore, junior year. And then shortly after that, I dated this other girl for over a year. And then I dated another girl for like 3 years. And then I met Lady Outlaws. So it's like, you know, I think I know what I'm doing. It's just because I'm such an amazing person, really. It has nothing to do with the other party. It's just I'm so cool that they just want to stay with me forever. Dude, oh my gosh, if Lady Outlaws were listening right now, she'd be losing her mind. Oh, now Lady Ashley's in the mix. How's it going, Ashley? Hey, congrats, 18 years. 18 years of dealing with Will's nonsense. Don't tell him I said that. I'm done with this horse, dude. Is the cougar chasing the bear? Oh, I got you now, kitty. Oh, I still missed. What? 3 shots on a cougar, dude. I realized it wasn't a headshot at first, but still. We need enough time to quote Star Wars and talk about having the high ground. I had all the time in the world. I don't know how I missed that shot. $20 well, yeah, so it's, I'm assuming 18 of marriage and then dating beyond that. Is that what makes it 20? Because, like, that's the thing with me and Lady Outlaws. Yeah, it's 14 coming up, but I think it's closer to, like, 19 of, if you count the dating. We were engaged for a long time. We got engaged in May and didn't get married till the following October. I say that like there's not people out there who haven't been engaged for like 10 years. But no, we knew we wanted to get married in the fall, and we didn't want to rush it, even though we were kind of like cohabitating, aka living in sin. We lived together since like 2009. We've been living in this house. That was September. Well, maybe actually, did we get engaged then move into this house? I don't know, man. It's all blurry at this point. But I know we started dating in like 2006, maybe 2005, when I was living in Dallas. So she was with me from Dallas through Baltimore and then home to Connecticut. And we've been married for 14, coming up in October 14. So. Yeah, dating for 2. Yeah, that's what I figured. Ask you how long you've been engaged? Alright, I'll ask him later. Maybe if Will's streaming tonight. Probably not, though, right? If it's their anniversary, I doubt Will's going to stream. Next time I talk to him, if I remember, I'll ask him. But I know, I mean, my mom is good friends with a lady who's been engaged to her boyfriend, I guess, significant other, for like as long as I can remember. It's been probably 20. I don't think they'll ever get married, quite honestly. It's been 20 plus years, probably. Maybe even like 30. At least 25. But hey, you know what? No knock. I mean, you know, everyone's going to do what they're going to do. If you're with someone and, you know, faithful to them. I've always said the whole marriage thing is just kind of like you know, it's a piece of paper, just like graduation, right? Just like a diploma. You get that for spending $100,000 a year for 4 or 5 years. Like, yeah, you put in some work, so I don't mean it to mean it, but the actual like significance of graduating or getting married is way more important than a piece of paper. Like, I even joked, like, you know, you celebrate your anniversary on the day that you got married, like, had the ceremony. But in reality, it could be a lot more than that. Like, when we picked up our marriage certificate, I was like, hey, we're married now. And that always bothered Lady Outlaws. You know, in the eyes of the state, we've been married for a certain number of days / years. In the eyes of the church, it's a different set of eyes,
What a pure and gentle spirit.
days.
I do not trust you. I am sure there is something here.
I'm not going to sell that full bracelet set to her. We'll go to the post office for that. I will sell individual items to her. I don't know that that bug still exists, but there used to be a bug if you tried to sell them all directly to her, that she would like steal one, and then you couldn't do the whole set. So I'm still kind of leery of that after all these years.
Mundane, but I will take
Thousands of hours of gameplay.
Another.
I still do my
All
sets
right.
through the post office.
Charming but commonplace.
Post office guys,
One more? Sure.
a lot more reliable than Mademoiselle is.
It is worth seeking these out. Very well. I pay more for the whole set, you know.
I am aware.
Alright, but it's worth selling these as a set, you know. Done. But the whole set is worth your while. Alright, but it's worth selling these as a set, you know.
It's amazing to me that I have 116, like 116. Normally that sits on around 152, so it just goes to show how many sets I've been selling this month. Even though I haven't really done an important items run in a few days, really. I think last Friday. No, last Thursday, right? Last time I streamed. What did we do Friday? How come I didn't play on Friday? Oh, because Jackie was home from work. I think I was probably editing God of War videos.
Done.
And do I need current? No. Okay. Alright, so I did everything I want to do here. We have 6 more spots to check. One of them's right up here, Brainy Went Drop. Probably get a few more items left to sell back to her, but I might be able to do that tomorrow. Alright, Will, Ashley, good luck. Thank you. You've been engaged since 2015. Gareth, hey, how's it going? Welcome. So, what's the 9 years? Yeah, that's... that's a long time to be engaged. Do you have any desire to eventually make it official, or are you content to stay engaged? Obviously not in a rush, but I'm just curious. I always wonder about that, because we weren't really in a rush either, which is why we were like, yeah, we got like a year and a half. But we knew, like, we went into engagement knowing that it would ultimately end in marriage soon. Maybe not as soon as some people. Like, I know people who've got engaged and then got married like 6 months later. Oh, another cougar. Chasing that guy. Mercy kill on this one. It's him. Yeah, I mean, look, I know everybody's story is different. We have a couple, they're still married now, they have kids together, but they were not in any rush. She basically gave him an ultimatum, which I was always like, that would be weird. Like, thankfully, Lady Outlaws never really gave me an ultimatum. I think she knew my personality enough. Like, I'm the kind of person where, like, if you tell me to do something, I'm not going to do it out of spite. And if you tell me not to do something, I'm going to do it out of spite. So I have a feeling if she ever gave me an ultimatum and was like, hey, I'd be like, all right, we'll start packing. Because not that I didn't love her or like anything like that. It really is just, kind of person where when someone tells me something, I'm like, really? Don't do that. You might get hurt. Like, all right, well, give me the give me the gun, or whatever. Terrible example, but like, you know, don't do this, or do this even. Sometimes it's like you have to do this. I'm like, I ain't gotta do shit. I'm not doing nothing. And now, because you told me to do that, I'm gonna do the exact opposite. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, if I always wondered about the whole like ultimatum thing. And like I said, they're still together, so it's not like, you know. Yeah, I think he wanted to marry her, and she wanted to marry him. That's kind of how it works. The ex-wife caused him to have security issues. Yeah, I get that too. I totally understand that. Right? We are the sum of our experiences, so. And that's the kind of thing too, where it's like, you know, not to be too crazy about like the money or whatever, but there's money involved. You know, like if you don't, obviously you can get a prenup or whatever. Gosh, this really is turning into relationship advice. This is not how I envisioned the stream going today. Oh, thanks, man. That wasn't my best shot. I got this freaking cap gun. I gotta clean my bolt. But back to the Nintendo thing, so I haven't really... We've been playing a lot of, like, Nintendo Switch. At this point, though, I was just looking at it the other day. I'm like, gosh, that has a lot of dust on it. We have not been playing... Recently, I have not been... This isn't the spot. Recently, I haven't been playing that... I have not been playing that much. I tried Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm not a big fan of the newer Zelda games. I'm a much more old school game. But it looks like a new Zelda game's coming out later this year, where you actually play as Zelda, and it looks much more like an old school Zelda game. So I imagine I'll be playing that when it comes out. Mostly my Nintendo Switch at this point, my daughter uses to play Pokemon. But she hasn't been playing it in a while either. I came up on Nintendo though. That was my, I played like Mario, and I love the Zelda games. Like Link to the Past on Super Nintendo, I think to this day is still probably my favorite video game of all time. Another New York token, dude. We're getting everything but the gold quarter. How many is that? 5 New York tokens, 3 gold dollars, and 6 Liberty quarters. Come on, gold quarter, man. I got 4 more chances at this thing. Oh, the pre-order is up? Nice. No, I'm not doing dailies right now. I'm looking for coins. I have 17 more coin sets to go before I can reset this award. It's been a true grind. So this award right here, Gareth, under collector coin sets, I need 17 more before it's completely maxed out. And it's the last one, as you can see on this collector page. The one over here I can't reset, but all the other ones have been reset 10 times, 20 times, whatever it is. I think it's 20. No, 10. Roman numeral 10, obviously. She is 8. They actually, I have 2 of them. I have twins, so they're both 8. One has Down syndrome, so it's a little more like having a 3 or 4-year-old, right? Like, even physically, she's a lot smaller in stature than the other daughter. So they're like, you could look at them and never know that they're twins. In fact, if you looked at them, you would assume that one is much older. And the irony is, she's actually a few minutes younger. She came out second. So we like to joke that whenever the younger one, who is much larger in stature, we have hand-me-ups, right? Most families have hand-me-downs. You keep your clothes from your older child to give to your younger child. We do the opposite of that. We're a very unique family. I would argue probably one of a kind. You know? There are very few people in the world. It's something I looked up right after they were born, after we got Avery's diagnosis that she had Downs. One of the things I looked up was twins with Downs. And there is a family in England somewhere who has twins, one with Downs, but it's a boy-girl combination. So I think we're like one of maybe probably 10 families in the world that has twins, one with Downs, that are same gender. It's cool. You know, I've always I've always prided myself on being independent, so I get like, you know, my own little special category. Dad of twin girls, dad of one with Downs. It's cool. I love being a dad. Especially at this age. I didn't care for it too much when they were real little. You know, two of them crying at the same time, not knowing why they're crying. Are they hungry? Do they need a diaper change? Are they just tired? Now it's like, oh, she's crying because she fell and scraped her knee. And like, I can see bone. I would cry at that too. That makes sense to me. But when they're little, it's like, why the F are you crying? So, Disney Dreamlight? I'm on PS5. Disney Dreamlight, I think Sasquatch Man was playing that. Do you race as like the Disney characters? This is going back probably over a year ago when I first met Sasquatch Man. I think he was racing as like Minnie Mouse, and I was like, dude, my daughters would love that. We're excited for our household. We are very big fans of the Horizon games. So in addition to Zelda later this year, we're also looking forward to, it's going to be on Switch and on PlayStation, the Lego Horizon Adventures is the characters from Horizon Zero Dawn in Lego form. So we're also very big fans of Lego in this household. I have something like 100,000 brick city that is in my mom's basement, which is like a weird thing to say for a 42-year-old. Like, yeah, I got stuff in my mom's basement, but she lives by herself, so she doesn't have a ton of stuff in her basement, and she told me I could move my Lego city to her place. So I took her up on that offer. But yeah, so there'll be, hopefully later this year, Morgan has played a lot of games with me. Avery doesn't. She likes to make the horse jump, but overall she's not necessarily showed a ton of interest in playing video games. I think she likes watching videos on YouTube, like A for Adley and Coco Melon, and she has some TV shows she likes. She's more of a mess around on a tablet, iPad specifically, kind of kiddo. You know, she's a good kid, so we let her do as much of that as she wants. I know a lot of families are like, what? We only limit our kids' tablet time to an hour, and that's fine. You do you. I'll do me. My kids are well behaved. If they're not well behaved, I take the pad away. So, same with little sister. She's way taller than me, but younger, and she always gives me her clothes when she can't fit it anymore. Yeah, that's fine, because I grew up with, I have a friend. He pops in every once in a while. My friend Charlie. He's got a arcade restoration channel here on YouTube. He's a good dude. He's the oldest of three. His next youngest brother is the shortest of the three of them, but the young brother, the youngest one of the three of them, is like super. He's like 6'9". He played basketball in college, so yeah, that he would do that too. You'd have hand-me-ups. So I guess we're not that unique in that regard where we have the hand-me-ups, but yeah, it is kind of interesting to see that kind of stuff. Son's taller than you, is almost like, yeah. Morgan. I'll never forget the day. So when I spend a lot of time in here, even when I'm not streaming or playing video games. I'm usually doing something on the computer. So I have it's an office setup with a spare bed that's in here. So Morgan would come in all the time, like to say good morning or good night or whatever, and I would have to lean over pretty far on the office chair to say goodnight and kiss her on the forehead or whatever, top of her head. Then one day I looked and went over to kiss her, and I was eye level with her, even though I was sitting down. I'm like, when did you get so tall? Well, now she's even taller. I guess they continue to grow. If you feed them, they continue to grow. It's a little known fact. But dude, she's so tall now. She's she'll be taller than Jackie probably this time next year. And not that Jackie's short, but Morgan is just, I mean, it's so funny to see the two of them next to each other and think that they're twins. Because Morgan, I'm 6'2", 6'3" on a good day. And pretty broad shoulders, pretty heavy set guy. Morgan, I think, is going to end up with my build. Which, part of me feels bad for her, because she's just always going to be big. Like, I don't think she'll ever be fat, but she's just going to be big no matter what. But the other part of me is like, woohoo, she'll be a good athlete. Like, we can get her on the pitcher mound for softball and like all this stuff. If she wants to. I would never force her to play sports, but that's what she's doing today. She's at a softball camp, so. But yeah, I feel like, she's going to be taller than Jackie soon. And, it'll be funny that she started kind of wearing some of Jackie's clothes. And Avery's just so tiny. Avery's still in, like, little kid clothes. Oh, yes! Oh, dude! I want my tomahawk back, but that was cool watching that guy fly off the cliff. This ambush is so reliable. This might be... I don't know. There's the one over by the Moonshine Shack and Tall Trees is pretty reliable, but this might be the second most reliable ambush in the game. So, if you ever need an ambush for a daily, this is the spot, I would say. One of three. This one, Tall Trees, Moonshine Shack over by Manzanita Post. And then, I think it's called Wynyard Pass. It's over by Window Rock and Ches Porter. Is that it? Are we done? Looks like I'm still in combat, though. I missed somebody? I didn't see it. Did it say ambush cleared? I'm gonna assume it did. Alright, chat. Back to playing your first character, rank 301, trying to buy all the clothing items. Nice. I did that recently. I wish you all the luck in the world. It was not easy. I had 3,500 in gold. And we just got our first collectible loot from non-player item. But I had 3,500 in gold and probably 2.1 million. So the money wasn't too bad. That was one of the things that was surprising about that. When I went and bought all the stuff out of the catalog and from Madame Nazar and stuff. That'll be another collectible. Thank you. So I hope you have enough gold. It sounds like a crazy thing to say. But yeah, one time I was at 3,500 gold, got all the way down to almost 0. Went back up to like 100, came back down, and now I'm back up to almost 400. But I don't really spend too much time looking for gold anymore these days. I was just talking about that earlier. I do like one daily just to keep the streak going. But there's really at this point nothing for me to buy with all that gold, so I'm not necessarily in a rush to get it all back. If they release a new Outlaw Pass, it's only like 25 gold. Not that I think they'll do that, but they could potentially release a new one. There's our 3 collectible items looted from non-player enemies. Yeah, so good luck with that. It is not, I mean, I've done a lot of grindy stuff in this game. I feel like that was very surprising to me when I did my Red Dead Spendathon back in November. Occasionally, I'll still look for the limited stock clothing just to see if I missed anything. Usually I own it already. I think this month I might have not owned the darn stockings. I forget though. Was it darn stockings this month or was it last month? The only thing I don't have, not the only thing I don't have, there's some stuff I don't have from like the first Halloween pass, specifically horse masks, that I will gladly buy day one if Rockstar ever releases them, but it's tough. Okay, so Disney Dreamcast is not a racing game. It's similar to Sims and Animal Crossing with a whole... Oh, nice, okay. I like, dude, that was another game. So I talk about games a lot, and I always forget SimCity. Not Sims. I never really played Sims, but I really liked SimCity. The original SimCity and then SimCity 4. I logged a lot of hours playing those games, and I feel like that's probably where my like talk about grinding personality comes from when I game. Because those were not games that you could do anything quickly in. I mean, you could put it on cheetah mode, but I always felt like if you put it on cheetah mode, your cities always ended up in, like, disrepair. Because, you wouldn't have time to correct the problems, like not having education or stuff like that. But yeah, Sim City, man, is right up there. Probably with, I mentioned Zelda, Link to the Past earlier. SimCity is probably up there with Zelda for like number of hours spent in game. I don't know. I wish there was a way to track that stuff back in the day. But like SimCity, so I had like a whole PC phase. I don't play on PC anymore, but I would play SimCity on PC. I really came up playing Warcraft, not World of Warcraft, but Warcraft 2 specifically. And then StarCraft, and later, much later, StarCraft 2. But SimCity was in the mix there. I was much more of a PC gamer at one point, and then got back into PlayStation. And now I have an Xbox, so now I kind of play on both of those, although I haven't played an Xbox in forever. But, yeah, I loved SimCity. It was a freaking great game. Probably taught me more about economics than I ever learned in high school. You own every Lego game? Nice. Oh, there's the Obsidian. Nice. Now we have 2 sets. I have somewhere, I think on the PS4, the Jurassic Park one. But I will admit to, as much as I love Lego and building with Lego, I've not been a huge fan. Not that I don't like them. I just never really gave them a shot, I guess. The Lego video games. But for me, it's like, okay, now we're talking about video games plus Lego plus Horizon, and that's really what sells me on it. And we'll see when it comes out if it's actually worth it, but I do love the Horizon series. I love building with Lego in real life. I've tried the Jurassic Park. I played a little bit of it. I probably played like the first few levels. But they do a lot of like the licensed games, the Lego video games. So a lot of it's like Harry Potter and Star Wars and Marvel, and I'm just not into that stuff enough. Like, I probably saw the first couple Harry Potter movies. I don't mind Star Wars, but I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. So it just never really grabbed me. But this one I'm really looking forward to. I think it's going to be cool for me. And then also, like I said, for me it's all about spending time with the kids. And if I can spend time with the kids and play video games, this is a bonus. So we'll see how it goes. And it's coming out in the winter, right? Like, I don't know where you guys are all from, but Northeast United States, November is right around the time it starts getting cold and nasty weather outside. So if you have to be cooped up inside, what better way to play a Lego Horizon video game? All right, Warcraft 2 was amazing. I have, like, my buddies, we were probably in like 6th or 7th or 8th grade at the time. We would play all the time. Like, we would get home from school, we would get our homework done by like after dinner time, like 6 o'clock at night. We all were hopping on playing Warcraft 2. It is so funny to think back to needing to have that dial-up modem, and I vividly remember times where my mom picked up the phone to call somebody and disconnected my game. I was about to beat my buddy, finish off his town hall or whatever, and then the connection stopped because mom had to call my aunt or whatever. So what a long way we've come since the days of that. I would love for them to do another one. I know StarCraft 2 is not that old at this point, but I would love for them to re-release just another regular Warcraft game, Warcraft strategy game. Not World of Warcraft or anything like that. I never really got into those, like having a character like this. Obviously, it's very similar to this in that you can play every day and get all kinds of XP and level up your character. The concept's very much the same. I like the individual, like, one-on-one matches or 2v2 matches of those strategy games where, at the end of the night, after you log out, somebody won, somebody lost, but your character doesn't stay, and you don't, like, get XP that way. I did like, though, StarCraft 2, the story, and then also the online, like, having both of those was cool. Kind of like this, again. The online version of StarCraft 2 was more, like, still strategy, playing against other players. Not like this, action-adventure type thing. Going to McFarland's, I think. There's one more left. We gotta get one more. No gold quarters yet, man. This has been, this will be like the third day in a row. And I'm starting to wonder if we're gonna go on another negative, losing streak, if you will, with these quarters. Like we did with the Liberty ones. Throughout the month of July. I think just now it's like ultra rare, and we may get one a week, but that's all I need. I just need one a week to keep me going. We're going down to, what is this called? This has a name. Wow, I used to remember exactly what this was called. Now I can't think of it. It's where, spoiler alert, John crosses into Mexico in the first Red Dead game. Anyway. Let's go. Auto ride. If I can get it going. There we go. Switch allows you to play all the old system games, still have the original. Yeah, so, yes, I know. And I went back and played, not Link to the Past. There was some other Zelda game that for some reason I had never played before. Let me look up what that was. Not too long ago. So I'll be honest, I have a Switch. I played Animal Crossing for a while. I haven't played in a long time. I played Luigi's Mansion 3, which I love. Zelda games in order on Switch. What was that game? I don't see it on there, unless I just don't remember the name of it. I don't think it was Wind Waker. It definitely wasn't Oracle of Time. I don't think it was Majora's Mask. Why is it not listed here? Every Legend of Zelda game. Maybe because it's not on Switch anymore? No, it's here. I can see it. Hold on. Are we at our destination? We are. We're gonna have to wait. I gotta look up this Zelda thing. That's gonna drive me nuts. Hyrule Warriors. Wasn't that? God, there's a million of these. Link's Awakening. That's what it was. That was awesome. I don't know how I missed it originally. Because it's very similar to A Link to the Past. To me, nothing will ever top A Link to the Past. I spent so many hours playing that on Super Nintendo back in the day. It was kind of like how this is currently. I play every day. I'd restart the game after every time completing it. I just loved it. Oh, nice. Oh, no, we already had... No, we didn't. We just got necklaces. And I have 3 sets to sell. That's nice. 1,300 XP and probably like 3 grand in money. But yeah, I started probably with Zelda 2. I went back and played the first one. I don't care for the first one anymore. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's the first one that's the better one. I forget. But one of the two, early on. Then I may have skipped 1 or 2 here and there before Link to the Past. And then I totally went dark on Zelda games until recently. I played Breath of the Wild a little bit, didn't care for it, and then the same thing happened. I was hoping that what's the one that just came out? Tears of the Kingdom. I was hoping that would be better than it was for me. Again, it's all opinion based, right? Like, you may love Breath of the Wild. I'm not going to argue, but for me, it just wasn't. It didn't quite grab me the way the old ones did. So I'm excited to know. Like, first of all, I'm excited that you get to play as Zelda, because that's not something you could have done in the past. But I'm also excited. It looks a lot like the older games that I like. It's got the same kind of graphics and stuff like that. So the Jurassic Park movie Lego games. Yeah, so I forget. I think the one that I played, it wasn't like just the first movie. I think it had like all the characters from all the different movies, but I could be just misremembering. But yeah, I've played a little bit of one of those Jurassic Park games. I enjoyed it. I think, you know, there was other stuff going on at the time that I kind of put it down and never picked it back up. So it's not like I didn't enjoy it. Whereas like some of the other stuff like
Greetings.
Breath of the Wild and stuff
Good
I'm
to
talking
see
about,
you.
that was me just not enjoying it.
I'll take anything you got for me.
Yeah, so 867, 814, and 1,000. So this is almost $3,000 right here.
I'll make sure it goes out
So
soon.
early in the stream, I said I made almost $130,000 this month. I now have officially made
Consider this
$130,000
already
this
en
month.
route.
I started at 2222, 2,222,000. I'm now at 2,352,000. So yeah, $130,000
This will get to them promptly.
without breaking a sweat. Like, I'm doing the coin search because I want to find the coins. I'm not looking for arrowhead sets. I'm not looking for jewelry sets. But you just kind of find them as you go along.
Take care
So
now.
there's your 130. What is kind of sweaty and kind of grindy is doing the important items thing. And I kind of want to do a little bit of that. I got another couple hours I can play today. So we got through that coin search freaking super fast. What's it been, 2 hours? 2 hours and 25 minutes. That I guess that's about on par. I don't know. That seems fast to me. But let's go through our collector bag. I'm going to show everybody kind of like what I do. Now, you could go around and collect all the cards and all the alcohol bottles and all that stuff, but you don't necessarily need to do all of them. Like, for example, wildflowers. I'm pretty sure I'm missing an agarita. All right, we're in the desert, and it's nighttime. Let's go see where the agaritas are today. So I am using the Gene Ropke map. For those of you who are not familiar with what I mean by Gene Ropke map, that's... if you go to Google and you type in RDO collector map, right? Red Dead Online, RDO collector, you get this interactive map that we call the Ropke map because it says Gene Ropke somewhere on here. I don't even know how that thing got started. It did at one point say Gene Ropke. I don't see it now, though. But anyway, this is a collector map. And I just kind of sort through it. It's an interactive map, so there's... I don't know, 17 different categories of collectibles. You can turn them off and on. So I chose to hide all, and then I clicked on American Wildflowers, and I can see there's a flower up here. I've gotten this flower before. It's an agarita. Easy enough. It helps you. Like, I don't use those collector maps you get from Madame Nazar. That costs money. The whole point is to make money. Make as much money as possible, right? Yeah, North Dakota, yeah, I imagine you're very familiar with cold. What is this? Why is this horse here? That is just like a random horse. You know what? Is Blondie in the area? Did I see her before? I wonder if this is here because she's... I gotta see where she is. My other character, my female character, is in the lobby with me. Is she? I wonder if... Dude, we did this hideout down here earlier. I wonder if this is like an enemy horse which fled and then stayed in the area even though I left because she is right here. She was right here during that whole hideout fight. I didn't even realize it. Probably see her smoke from her campfire. Where is she? Oh, there it is. Right over there. Play Lego games for the kids? Yeah, well, and maybe that's what it was. I think I tried to get Morgan into it, but she wasn't that familiar enough with Jurassic Park. We took her to see one of the movies, and she was freaked out because freaking dinosaurs. That's probably why it's PG-13 rating. We probably should have waited, but oh well. But she's not. She wasn't huge into Jurassic Park. I think in this case she'll be big into it because she loves Aloy. She's played the Horizon games. 7 of 12 arrowheads now they sold that set. Jeez. What time is it? Oh, it's midnight. We gotta go. Probably only gonna get this one Agarita. Look and see where some of the other ones are. But yeah, so this is how you, to me, look out, we're gonna crash. Hold on. To me, this is how you should be using the Ropke map. I mean, you do whatever you want, but you want to make money in this game. Even if you don't like collecting, it's kind of like speed collecting. Agarita, that'll give us a full set of flowers. Where is the other one? There's one down Lake Julio, and one not too far from Tumbleweed. That's probably the easier one to get right now. Could probably get them both if I started at 10 o'clock, but we're a couple hours game time behind. So this other one's over here on this ridge. Right above the eye and ridge. See if I can get a camp fast travel over there. It's gonna be tough though. If this new Zelda game comes out at the same time as the Horizon Lego game, I'm gonna have to make it. That's like Sophie's Choice, bro. Or what was it, King Solomon, right? Freaking said cut the baby in half. That's that's a difficult choice. There's only so many hours in the day. And if it's around December, there's new Call to Arms maps and Red Dead Online. Oh my gosh, man! Sleep will be not a priority. There's this other Agarita bush. All right, I know there was a snake. Calm down. Come on, we're trying to get 3 Agaritas here. There we go. And then this last one, man, this is in kind of a tough spot. I think we can get there if we hustle, but let's see what happens. It's gonna be, is it on top of Rio del, no. It's this little one here. It's kind of like there. See what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I remember, so it was funny because everybody was arguing over PlayStation and Xbox. I think Nintendo won the Summer Games reveals, you know, for my money. Oh, sirens in the background, they're coming to get me. Yeah, I'm surprised at how much I'm looking forward to Nintendo Switch games. I feel like the PlayStation Showcase was a joke. PlayStation Showcase was a joke, and I don't know enough about Xbox, especially Xbox exclusives. So I'm not going to say one way or the other. I didn't see anything that grabbed me. But I know some people were excited about something, I forget what. But Nintendo was like, boom, boom, boom. There's like 3 or 4 things they announced that got people excited. The 2 that we've been talking about. I know at least of one other. Can't think of it right now, but we are gonna fall off a cliff if I'm not careful. I'm gonna go this way. What time is it? Time check. 1:47. Alright, as long as you're in the area by like 5 a.m. should be good. But yeah, I might be MIA for the month of December. Other than Call to Arms, maybe I'll, instead of live streaming those, I'll just post videos of it. But we'll see. We gotta rely on Rockstar to even post or give us new Call to Arms maps. There's a third one. I got all 3 Agaritas in one night. I don't know if I need blood flowers, but I'm not gonna worry about it right now. That was it for flowers, right? That was an easy one. I don't think we had 3 sets. Let's see. Definitely got 3 Agaritas. No, we didn't even get 2 sets. What else? Oh, I'm missing a ton of other stuff. Rhubarb's out here. Which is the area? No, it's only those 2. I'm not gonna worry about it right now, though. Going back to Armadillo. Sell my 1 flower set. Actually, I can't because we're too close to Armadillo. Where can I go? McFarland doesn't have a postie. Blackwater. Strawberry. got nothing. Go to, I think Strawberry's post office is closer to the fast travel. Blackwater's not far, but I think it's a little too far. So after I sell the set of flowers, I'm going to build out an important items list. I know it's going to be bad. I saw earlier I only have 3 of one card set, so that's kind of not so great. The fact that we need 11 of cards from one set. But, you know, again, I do this every day, or almost every day, so that I can build it out for the next day.
Mister.
So let's talk to this guy.
What's to send?
466 for flowers. That's another reason why flowers aren't really worth it. Even at 3 times, the flower payment is not that great. But again, we're trying to make some money here. Let me collect deliveries. Alright, I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back, and we will set up our important items map. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Let me know if you got questions. I ain't got a lot going for me in here at the moment, so let me know if you like anything. Some locals here are nice, and some are real sleazy. Just don't ask questions, especially if they come through to just pay off a bounty.
Alright, all is right with the world. Let's go
Come again.
set up our important items map. So, collector bag. Alright, we did flowers. I'm actually going to exclude flowers from this whole thing. Again, in part because we just did it. Also because if I add rhubarb and wisteria to the map, it's going to add too many items to me. I don't want to have a collector map of over 100 items. So flowers we'll do separately, especially if flowers are daily, maybe tomorrow or the day after. We can get these added. Or maybe I'll do it off stream, but I'm not going to worry too much about rhubarb and wisteria. Like I said, 3 of 14 cups here, right? So these are cups cards. So on the Ropke map, if you hit hide all, it turns off every collector item, and it basically gives you just a map. There's no collectible items marked on it. It's just a map of the entire Red Dead world with nothing on it. So I'm going to click on cups, which will add it back to the map, and just go through them quickly. The only 3 I have are the 3 of cups, 9 of cups, 10 of cups. So we'll make sure those are excluded. This is the knight. I'm going to add it. That's the 3. We can skip it. This is the 8. I'm going to add it. The 10 we don't need. 9 we don't need. 5 we do need, right? 3, 9, 10. So when you click on the individual items, the icons, there's a little thing that says mark as important, or if it's already marked and has a red border around it, you can hit unmark as important. So the only ones I don't have marked, which don't have red borders around them, are the 3, the 9, and the 10, just like we can see the check boxes on here, right? So then I just do this, repeat the process for all the other ones. So for now I'm going to turn cups off and turn swords on. Same thing here, I only have 3 of them. So in this case, it's the 3, the 5, and the queen. So that's the 5, I don't need it. It's queen, I don't need it. That's a 3, I don't need it. 7 is over inside the name. So again, I marked that as important. I just clicked on the icon first and then hit mark as important. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cool. Let me just double check cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, cool. Now on to wands. I have 6 of these. So I already have 5 marked. I'm going to do this a little differently. So the ace is marked on my map. I don't need it, so I'm unmarking it. The 2 is not marked, which is good. It shouldn't be. 3,
I got the best meats and provisions right here.
not marked, so now I got to find it. On the Roku map, I got it. Mark is important. The 4, I think, is marked. It is. 5. Not marked. Where is it? It is Ewing Basin. That's going to be a pain. Oh, no, I don't need it, so we can unmark it. Never mind. Good. 6.
We got some specials today. Come visit the butcher.
Looks like an Annisburg, maybe. 7 does not need to be marked. And it isn't, so that's good. 8 does not need to be marked. It's not good. 9 doesn't need to be marked. It's not good. 10. 10 needs to be marked, and it is not. It looks like it's up at Dover Hill. Page.
Best prices. Come on now.
Page is by Manzanita. Marked now. Knight. Knight is already marked. It's in Saint Denis. Queen. Queen's already marked. It's under the bridge at Bacchus Station. And the King.
Best meat in town right here.
King is marked. It's in Van Horn. All right, so should be 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Pentacles is also 3. Man, this I miss the days when I only needed 1 or 2 of these every day. Those are long gone, man. Makes it a little harder. All right, so the only 3 I don't need are the ace, the 2, and the 7. The 7, the 2, and the ace. All right, so 9 I need. Looks like it's in the Heartlands. 4 I need in the Heartlands. King I need also maybe in like Cumberland Forest. So 1, 2, 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good. That was quick and easy. It's quick and easy to mark, not so quick and easy to get them all. Bracelets is down to 2. Man, even with them being on the map every day. All right, so this is a little different. This one I just look at the static spawns. So you'll notice on the interactive collector map, if you click only on the bracelets, there's 2 icons. One has like a question mark, and the other one looks like an actual bracelet. I mean, it actually looks like a ring, but technically it's supposed to be a bracelet. So there is the Elliston carved bracelet, which is in the desert, which we don't need. So for me, it's not marked. The Greco sapphire bracelet, which is at Gill's Landing. I think I need that one.
If you can cook it,
I do, and it's marked. And then there's one in Saint Denis. It's the Abello Ruby Bangle bracelet, which we need. So I'll pick that one up as well. So the bracelets, I think this was kind of a debate thing, and I don't know that I've figured it out yet for sure. But I think all of the bracelets, have a static spawn. It's just not going to be there every day. So like, while we may not finish this up today, I'll look at it again tomorrow. And maybe tomorrow there'll definitely be different static spawn bracelets on the map. I don't think we'll get them all tomorrow either, but by like maybe Thursday or Friday, we might have them all. Either way, bracelets, I think of the jewelry, bracelets is the easiest one. I think they have the most static spawns every day. And we can look at that. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner where it says collections sold, it's 195. Earrings is 124. Necklaces is 178, so it's close, but still not 195. And the rings is 141. So the earrings are the hardest to find, and I know exactly why. It's because this Royal Victoria, and I think a few of the other earrings actually, don't have any static spawns on the map. In fact, the earrings, the Harford Garnet I know has one, and I think where is it? Calumet. The Calumet is on the map all the time. In fact, I'm curious to see is it on the map today. It's not on the map today, but still, it's going to be the most common one. All right, so I kind of jumped ahead a little bit. Earrings, we need the Royal Victoria. Today, the only earrings static spawn is Josephine Pearl. I'm not even going to bother with that. So, no earrings for us to fetch today, and probably not tomorrow or the day after either. You just have to get a lootable version of the Royal Victoria. You just have to either get it from a random spot, which I haven't really been checking the jewelry random spots. But yeah, the Royal Victoria is, you know, about as rare as currently the gold 1800 gold quarter. Anyway, necklaces we need. Braxton Amethyst. I know that's on the map sometimes. I don't think it's on the map today though. No, I don't see it. That's on the map sometimes though. I think sometimes it's in like by Shady Bell, I want to say. But yeah, no Braxton Amethyst, and also no. What's the other one I need? Oh, Dane Topaz. That's on the map. I just saw it. Where is it? There it is. Ches Porter. So we're going to Ches Porter for a necklace today. Definitely want to at least get that one because, like I said, tomorrow or the day after, Braxton Amethyst might be on the map, and then we can fill out a necklace set. Rings. Bosk Emerald. We've been looking for this one for a while. I thought this had a static spawn. Maybe I was getting it confused with the Bonard Pearl. That's on the Bonard Pearl's on the map today. Magnet Turquoise Ring is on the map today. Those are the only two static spawns, so no Bosk Emerald, no ring sets today for us. Alcohol bottle is just the Irish. I like keeping the absinthe marked and the Scotch marked too. Well, maybe the Scotch we can take off. The absinthe I definitely want to keep marked. That's kind of a big one for Poison Poppy Moonshine. I use that quite a bit. But the bad thing is the Irish is off the coast of Saint Denis. I hate swimming in gator-infested waters. We'll see how I feel about that when we get down to it. The spoonbill is in a reachable spot today. That's good. Heron egg is not marked. I'll mark it. Eagle egg is not marked. I'll mark it. There's two on the map today. Vulture egg is at Beaver Hollow. Hawk egg, I have it marked. It says I don't need it, but you can always use hawk eggs. We'll leave those marked for now. And then the egret egg is marked. So we're good on eggs. Arrowheads are random, you can't do it. And heirlooms, this is a killer, dude. 2 of these. Hey Sunset, how's it going? Welcome. I only have 2 of these heirlooms. I mean, it's easy to mark the map when it's like that, but it just means I have to collect 13 heirlooms to get a full set here. So we don't need the ivory hairpin, which is where, okay, it's in Saint Denis. I don't think it's marked. It's hiding behind. No, it's not marked. Good. And then the boar bristle brush, which is outside of Blackwater. All the other heirlooms we need, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, there's 2 up here? Wait, hold on. What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I only see 12. A ton. I have a ton of stuff. Not as much as I did at one point, but that's what we're kind of trying to figure out right now. We're doing. I'm using the RDO collector map, interactive map, to kind of identify what I'm missing and what I need. In this case, for some reason, I'm not. There must be an heirloom hiding behind. Where is there usually 2 heirlooms? I thought that was in Rhodes. There's an heirloom hiding. Is it in Valentine? I cannot figure out where this heirloom is hiding on the map. So we have the hairpin, not marked, and I have the boar bristle brush, not marked. Why doesn't it add up to 13? 15 minus 2, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. One of these locations has to have 2, and I just can't see it. Oh, that's what it is. The house that the hermit is in story mode has 2, and they're tightly packed together. So let's go. All right, so that's it. We can go on the map. I can go show all. Right, earlier we did hide all. Now I'm doing show all. And then I'm just going to scroll down to where it says settings. And then a little further down under the settings heading is a thing that says filter markers with a drop down box. You click the drop down box and turn on important items. And it takes my collectible items from the map, which says 264 total. And it reduces it down to 71 total, which is a lot. Last week I think we were doing like in the 40s. I think the first week we were doing like 20s. But that just goes to show you, we've been collecting pretty much for 2 weeks straight almost at this point. 13. Today's day 13 of the collector month. Of the 71, I've gotten 3 so far. It was the 3 Agaritas we just got. So this is going to be, I'll put it this way. I doubt I'm going to complete this collector run today. But we're going to get as many as we possibly can. I've got maybe another couple hours. So we'll see how many we can get in 2 hours. Maybe 2 change. But let me, so then what I do to generate the route is I just scroll further down. And under route generator, I have it, route starts at southwest. So we're going to start down in the desert again. But let's generate our route, see what it tells me. Alright, it wants me to start Gaptooth. There's a card at Gaptooth. So in a moment, we'll fast travel down to Tumbleweed. And we'll go, we can go in this way. It's going to be right here. There's a stack of barrels. I don't know exactly which card it is. It's right next to the building. The mine is actually right here at Gaptooth. This is like one of the main buildings at Gaptooth. It's on a barrel. So, we'll fast travel down to Tumbleweed.
Go on, get going.
Oh, shush. And we'll go on, get going. Tumbleweed. For $6. So we're going to lose a little bit of money starting out, but we'll see how many sets we can get before the end of the stream. Again, 130,000 so far this month. 13 days in the month. That's basically like $10,000 a day. But I haven't been doing this every day. I definitely didn't do it yesterday. I definitely didn't do it Saturday. And I don't think I did it on Friday either. I think the last time I did a real like important items run might have been last Wednesday. I can't remember if I did it on Thursday during the stream or not. I know that like the coins are still the priority. Like the coins will always be the priority until they are done. But this is a kind of cool thing to do, I think, especially if you're a new player or if you're looking to rank up. Ultimately, every set you turn in this month for Collector Month is worth 4,500 XP. I don't think we've ever seen that kind of payout before. If you've been kind of away from the game for a while, I know some people who have like rank 900 or rank 800 characters, like you can do some serious damage to that. I wish the month that I was trying to get from rank 999 to rank 1000 was a naturalist month. That was literally the worst month that you could have to try and do something like that. It took me 18 days. I bet you, if you were rank 999 this month, you could probably do it in half the time. Maybe even less time than that. I know some other streamers were looking to see how quickly they could rank a character up from level 1 to level 100. That's cool, but I'd be more interested in how long it takes to get from 900. Like, if you started at rank 900 this month, how far along could you get? Because, to me, every 10 sets is a rank, even at rank 900. So, I don't know if you can turn in 1,000 sets this month. I'd be curious to find out how many sets somebody can turn in this month. I know people who try to collect the map every day, the entire collector map every day. I don't have the stamina for that, but I do have the stamina for trying to get the items I need. If it's only 71 items, I can make that work. And if I don't finish this during the stream today, maybe I'll come back later. But yeah, it was so much easier last week on like day 1 of the month because we could we only needed like 1 card in each set. I could knock this out quick. Get like full set payouts for collecting 20 items. There's an alcohol bottle over here. This is Solomon's Folly. This is the absinthe. I'm only grabbing this because I want to have as many absinthe as possible for Poison Poppy, Moonshine. I have no big game meat or anything on me. Horse is hungry too.
Damn, I miss my old horse.
Again, these roadblocks, I've done my bootleg missions, maxed them out, but good way to get collectibles as well. Especially for the daily today. Collector daily today is 3 collectibles looted from non-player enemies. I got it already though, so I'm not gonna worry about roadblocks. Especially alcohol bottles, I only need the 1 Irish, and I don't think you can ever do that. While we're out here, if I happen to come across any wild rhubarb, I'll definitely grab that too, because that Wisteria will give us a flower set. But yeah, this is basically the end of week 2 today, of this 5-week month. I'm really curious to see how much... Oh, I don't want that. Definitely don't want that. I don't even need my melon type. I don't know what I was doing. Just need to go downstairs and grab the alcohol bottle. I'm used to the coin being here. But yeah, I'm curious to see how much money we can get by the end of the month. And again, we're doing all this without really breaking a sweat. Just kind of cinematic riding around the map, man. It's easy. It's easy money. Maybe not as easy as when Moonshiner's on bonus, because that you don't have to do anything. How long have I been doing this for? Playing this game? Or streaming? Playing this game pretty much since the day it came out, at least for story mode. Online, I didn't really jump into until a couple years after the game came out. So, I don't know, maybe 3 years? I think I know my character was created on February 9th. I can never remember which year. 2021, maybe? There's a way to check. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Progress. No. Player. All the way over to general stats, I think. Yeah, 21. So February 9th, character created February 9th, 2021. So over 3 years now. And it's been a solid 3 years. I mean, through COVID, I would say I was probably playing 12, 14-hour days. I've backed that off somewhat. I do other stuff for the channel. I play other games. And then outside of YouTube, I have real life. I'm a dad, 2 kids who have after-school activities. We travel, not a ton, but we do some traveling. So I'm not just a Red Dead player. But throughout my course of playing, I've kind of figured out these tips and tricks of playing the game more efficiently, which sounds silly to say. I know a lot of people who play this just log in and play for fun, and no knock on them, but that's just not who I am. Like, this particular game, I like to have goals. I don't remember the last time I just logged in to play for fun. Probably been at least a couple years. I usually have a pretty good idea of what I want to do that day before I even log into the game. Which, I know I'm different. That's different from how most people play. I'm okay with that. More than okay with that. But yeah, when I log in, I don't want to mess around and lassoing each other, shooting each other when you're in like groups of people. That was never really my thing. Even more so now. And again, I realize that may not be the majority of people who play this game, and that's fine. I don't judge them. They don't need to judge me. It's just different styles of playing the game. I easily could have put this game down a long time ago. I have 300 something gold. I had 3,500 gold at one point, but I bought a bunch of clothing. 3,500 gold, over $2 million, $2 million RDO, right? So, like, what really is in it for me to keep playing other than there's these awards I've kind of set my sights on. So, I played God of War most recently. I've been playing God of War. I like the Horizon series of games. I like Ghost of Tsushima. I mostly play like open world action adventure type games. But I stray from that a little bit. I played Prince of Persia recently, which was fun. That must have been back in like January though at this point. I say recently. Feels like yesterday, but it was forever ago. Yeah. I like, I came up on Grand Theft Auto. I played a lot of the Grand Theft Auto games. I haven't played in quite a while. I've been playing this instead, but... And then I play a ton of this. I play this almost every day. There's some days where I log in for a quick hot second, do a daily, and log out, just keep my gold streak going, but even that's kind of ridiculous when you have 300 and something gold. Almost 400 gold. And again, I had over 3,000 at one point, so dumb. You have to like bend down to get this one. There we go. I've been playing this college football game. I don't know if you're in the States or not. If you're international, football to you probably means what we call soccer, but I'm in the United States, so to me, football is soccer and football is football. American football, college football game that just came out, gosh, about a month ago. So I'm spending quite a bit of time playing that too. I used to play sports games all the time, like Madden. I mentioned MLB The Show earlier. Occasionally I would buy like a hockey game, NHL hockey game. But I've been away from the sports games for quite a while, so this college football game that just came out kind of get me back into that. I like strategy games too. I was talking about Warcraft and Starcraft and Sims. Not Sims, but SimCity. I don't really have, I guess, a specific genre. I definitely like open world. There's no doubt about that. But I don't like every open world game. I don't know. Usually I just kind of see like a trailer for something that grabs my interest. So I'm like, oh, I'll check that out. May not be genre specific, but again, the Prince of Persia thing. I remember playing Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. But the jump into what is that Prince of Persia even called? The one that just came out. I forget the kind of subtitle, but the one that just came out in January. Side scroller, kind of like a Metrovania type game. I've never played Castlevania or was it Metroid? Side-scrolling games I haven't played in forever. But I really enjoyed that one. That was kind of a surprise hit for me. So yeah, no real genre-specific game, just whatever strikes my fancy. Alright, into Blackwater. There's a card on this patio. 8 of Pentacles that we need. Is this flower over here? No. Usually there's a flower there, but not today. But I just like games in general. I like talking about games. You know, I wouldn't necessarily label myself as like a hardcore gamer. which is kind of a weird thing to say when you play video games every day. But I'm not like, you know, I don't really care for a ton of PvP, so even the PvP in this game or like Call of Duty, it's just not my thing. I like to chill. I like to, like this, like just ride around cinematic. Not necessarily in a hurry. I'm not necessarily in the mode to get like sweaty. This is how I decompress. This is how I relieve the stress, so to speak. So the less stressful, the better. I was actually realizing in my most recent playthrough of God of War, Ragnarok, you know, I'm like, the days of fighting Valkyries and Berserkers and all that stuff, that's probably behind me. You know, can I do it? Probably. Do I really want to, like, tire out my thumbs and my hands? No. Do I feel like I have anything to prove? Absolutely not. Like, you know, I've done solo Call to Arms challenges on every map where, you know, a lot of people don't even try to do them solo. They have no interest in doing them solo. You know, I felt the need to prove to myself that I could do it. When the new ones, if the new ones come out in October or December, maybe I'll give those another shot, but again, just to see if I could do it, I don't know. I'm old. You know, I may not be that old, but I'm in my 40s at this point. I've got kids. Like, it's hard to explain. Hopefully someone understands out there, but it's like, I'm happy to just do this all day. Every day. Grind that XP. Grind those little award challenges that I create for myself. The game within the game. What games do you like to play? Go around these dudes and go over the bridge? No. I have no interest in doing this. I hate how Rockstar throws these things at you. I don't know why I keep doing it, dude. I'm so used to doing my coin run. We already went over there earlier today. This is not where I wanted to go. I need to go over and grab the family heirloom from over here. Man, I haven't done a family heirloom run like this in ages. I do not watch anime. That's just something I never really got into. These days, I'm looking for like documentaries and stuff like that. What was I watching? Oh, last night I took a break from that though. I watched Back to the Future 2, and I probably got about 5 minutes in before I fell asleep. I had such a raging headache yesterday, like all day yesterday. So I watched Back to the Future 1 on Sunday night. 2 nights ago. Or no, Saturday night, 2 nights ago. Fell asleep to that, but at least made it into like half an hour of that one. I barely made it into Back to the Future 2 last night. I don't even think I made it through, like they go, first thing pretty much, they go to the future. And then Jennifer, the girlfriend, like I fell asleep and then I woke up to them bringing the girlfriend home thinking that she was the homeowner. It's such a weird concept, that movie. But anyway, I woke up to that, turned my tablet off, rolled over, and actually fell asleep. Like sleep. So. Oh, that's your son? Sunset is your son? Irish gal? Welcome. But yeah, Back to the Future 2. It's you know, it's so outdated at this point. It was so good back in the day, but now it's like, you know, we were supposed to have flying cars in 2015 according to that movie, and we are not even close to having flying cars. It is my favorite of the Back to the Future movies, though. I just like the idea of him encountering his past self in 1955. Anyway, the scene I'm referencing takes place about 15 minutes into the movie, and I fell asleep because, like I said, I'm old. This is an heirloom, so we're going upstairs to the chest in the big bed. There we go. That's what cool. And then there's a card on the jail cell window. I don't sound old. I mean, I guess I'm not that old. It is kind of funny, though. So I don't want to go into too much detail because it's kind of getting ahead of myself. But I've been working on this thing for my daughter with Downs, involving one of the local sports teams. So when I first started watching sports, like most people, I was probably like 6 or 7 years old, and everybody's older than me. But now, like, you watch sports and everybody's younger than you. Particularly, like, we're at the point now where most people in college and in like, for example, minor league baseball are like 19, 20 years old. So it's weird to be talking to them and having them address me as Mr. We'll say Mr. Outlaws, so I don't give away my last name. Although I guess I don't really care about that too much. It's kind of all over the internet from my music dealings, but whatever. Hearing a 20-year-old call you Mr., I was like, please don't call me that. Like, that's my dad, man. But yeah, it's kind of funny. So yeah, we like to joke that we're old. But yeah, I'm 42. Which maybe isn't that old to some people, but I feel old. I feel very old. I feel older than 42. I guess I have a young voice, though. Hopefully that stays that way. NASA's working on a flying car? That'd be cool. I wonder how, like, they're gonna... Hopefully they don't screw that up and don't figure out the logistics of it first, or do figure out the logistics of it first, because I can imagine that being... Like, it's already bad enough with the way some of the roads are designed. I mean, I don't know about out where you all live, because there's so much land, most of the roads go straight. But here in the northeast United States, you can tell that the roads were an afterthought. Like, there's just so many of them. They don't go in straight. Even our highways zigzag. They go directly through major cities without any kind of beltway to go around. Like, I always laugh when I'm in the South and I see, like, business route or truck route. We just don't have that kind of stuff here. The infrastructure was just not very well planned out. So I could see a real case where if NASA doesn't think it through first, people will just be crashing into each other, which is bad enough on the ground. It'll be 10 times worse in the sky, in the air. So hopefully they figure that all out first. We'll need to have, like, specific flight paths that people have to follow before we can have any kind of mass production of flying cars, I think. 39, Scoot's 40 on the 14th. Nice. Oh, Scoot's birthday's coming up. The original idea was like a helicopter. They scratched that idea. I think I might have seen something like that about the helicopter. But they've been working on that. I mean, I can tell you my dad, when I was probably 8, 9 years old, always had like, you know, Popular Science or like National Geographics where they would kind of feature some of that stuff. And that was 30, 35 years ago, you know. But I think it would be cool if they can figure out like the layout. Obviously figure out like, I almost rather see something like from the movie Minority Report, where like we have self-driving cars and like on elevated roadways versus individual flying machines or flying cars. That's just me, probably. I know we kind of have like the self-driving cars now, like the Tesla stuff, but you could tell very specifically in that movie that every car is a self-driving car, and that they lay down the roadway first. It seems to be very, I don't know, it's a short scene in that movie, but it seems like they have it together.
We got him now. Drop him. It's over, cocksucker.
Can't even ride in peace. So yeah, all of my like sharpshooter awards for weapons, like guns and revolvers, long arms, those are all done. They've been done for a while. So we're working on these throwing weapons. As you can tell, I'm back up to 100 just now. Slow going, but if we use the tomahawk on these types of events here, we do alright. Some of these guys are up on a hill, so we're gonna have to shoot them with the, I call it a cap gun. Sounds awful. My bolt rifle sounds awful. I haven't cleaned it. Probably 3 weeks game time. It's been about a week. Real life time. But yeah, these throwing weapon kills are, we're doing alright. Obviously those two don't count. Is that it? Ambush cleared. Come on. Saddle sore. Special ammo. Distance. Ambush cleared. Nice. Let's see how we're doing on these pinned things. Throwing weapon. Where is it? Oh, I probably didn't pin it because it's only at 100. So never mind. This is like distraction stuff, looting all these guys, but also looking for treasure maps still. I'll probably always be looking for treasure maps. For those of you who don't know, once you hit rank 1000, you no longer get treasure maps every 5 ranks, obviously, because you can't rank up 5 times. I don't even think I got one for hitting rank 1000. I forget. But at some point in your Red Dead journey, you stop getting collector maps. First they become few and far between, and they stop altogether. Next week, though, I think there's one for doing something, which sounds very unspecific. Yeah, August 13th, so starting tomorrow, through the 19th, you get a Blue Water Marsh. Probably one of the worst treasure maps, if not the worst treasure map, but still, I'll take it. Blue Water Marsh treasure map for procuring 3 collectibles. So that should be an easy one. Sometimes these things bug out. You don't actually get the promised reward for doing the task, but I feel like that might be one of them where they kind of just give it to everybody. So we might log in tomorrow and already have a Blue Water treasure map. We'll talk about that tomorrow. because that will be something I'll be looking forward to. I either have to find them on dead bodies or get them because Rockstar gives us something to do that month. Or in a specific week, I suppose. So hopefully that one doesn't bug and I actually get it, because like I've been saying, treasure maps are so few and far between for me. And there's an award for it that I would like to complete one day, fully max out. We'll see. Tesla made a comment about their car's glass being like bulletproof, and they failed to prove it by breaking the... Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. And I don't even think... It wasn't like even bullets, right? They like backed it into something and it shattered everywhere. I think I saw that. Is this... It's not in the chest? Where is this? I'm curious to see what happens with Tesla over the next few years. It seemed like everybody was all about it. And then they found out that Musk, like, shifted political parties, I suppose. And not to talk too much about politics, but just in general, it seems like people's response to that has been negative, and it's like a bunch of people kind of regret buying their Teslas. I'm like, is that because of politics, or is it because the car is not running the way you thought it would? I don't know. But he's an interesting fellow, that Elon Musk. No matter how you slice it. Wish I had a few more items to sell to the butcher. I don't have anything right now. I haven't encountered any wolves in a while. Oh, it was a rock, that's right, yep. It's not even rock proof, never mind bulletproof. Card on the porch. Alright, up to 6 Point Cabin for another one. Let's see, this hideout usually spawns at night. Oh, speaking of wolves, I heard one. Where is it? Here they are. Chasing after this guy. 1, 2, 3. See if they come back this way after they're done chasing him. Yep, here they come. Oh my gosh. Give me those pelts and those hearts, man. I just happened to look down at my female character on my other monitor here. She had a processing transaction a minute ago, but she didn't actually buy anything. Unless she's buying stuff out of the catalog on her own. Without my input, that is a strange one. I thought maybe there was some kind of like reward coming in, but that doesn't seem to have happened either. So this game can be so weird sometimes. Alright, 3 more pelts, 3 more hearts. Nice. We have to go up that way. Smashing bottles as we go. I think it was 71, right? So it's like now it's 16, I guess. So we're down to 55. I don't really need these things. It's more like just wanting them. I guess, I don't know. I know a lot of people, friends, who are trying to catch up to me money-wise. I'm at 2.35 million. So, like, you know, you could have somebody who has 2 million, they're only 350,000 behind. Their goal is to catch me. My goal is to stay out in front. Not that I'm obsessing over it or anything, but I think if they want to play a little game, I'm happy to play along and try to stay out in front. I joked that my goal is to get to 3 million. It's not. I never thought I'd have 1 million, never mind 2 million, so I definitely don't necessarily need 3 million. I just like riding around this map, and the collectibles give me an excuse to do that, so what I really would like to have, and I can't get it anymore today because the collectibles have moved, I want a gold quarter so that I can get at least 1 more coin set. But again, I'm not like, I play video games to relax. I'm not looking to play like, you know, I'm not looking to do a speed collector run or anything like that. I've seen people do that and it just doesn't interest me. So just kind of chill. Try to be as chill as possible. This side of the oil fields has a card. It's so many cards. What was it, like 33 cards just from 3 of the sets? And then another 6. I think it's like 40 cards. So it's a ton of cards. But yeah, we're down to 54 now. I don't think we're gonna get all these today. At this point, you know, nothing. I mean, so earlier in the stream, I was looking for these. They're called 1800 gold quarters, right? Under the collector roll, I need 17 more to max that award out. It's kind of like just a little goal I set for myself. So really, that's, I mean, for now, that's the only real reason I play the game every day. I also, I don't know, I like riding around on my horse. But it's like, you know, when I first started playing, I probably would have said just to rank up. And then once I hit rank 1000, which is max rank, right, you can't go any higher than 1000, I kind of was like, well, what am I going to do now? So I kind of just found all these different awards, and there's a few of them that I think are possible to reset at least once. So like under Naturalist role, I think eventually I would like to have this one maxed out. Am I going to ever have these other ones maxed out? Probably not. Who knows? Who knows how long I'll play this game. Moonshiner, these two, I would like to see these get maxed out at some point, but I'm not like stressing over them. I have no real pathway to get that goal completed. I mean, this one here, I could bring my other character into the Moonshine bar and just serve her a bunch of alcohol, moonshine, over, you know, an hour and be done with that one. This one's a little more difficult, getting your character intoxicated by their own moonshine. I do, at the end of each session, go to my moonshine shack and do that, so at least I get one every time I'm playing, unless for some reason I get kicked out of the game or whatever, and I don't get a chance to do that. Bounty Hunter, again, there's a bunch of awards in here that, you know, I've only reset this one once. This one I've never reset. I need 750 more dead bounty targets to turn in. I don't really have a pathway to get that completed. Maybe during Bounty Hunter month we can go and kill a bunch of bounties and turn them in. But like, just there's a bunch of awards in here. I mentioned the sharpshooter thing earlier. So we have all these all kind of maxed out except for throwing weapons and melee weapons. So, but there's a bunch of them in here that you're just never going to get. So for example, I think combat has a good one I can show. Killing enemies while intoxicated, maybe. Kill enemies after you have died. Like, I barely even scratched the surface of that. I've been playing this game for 3 years plus. I think like 17,000 hours or something ridiculous. So, you know, there's all these little goals I would like to that someday complete, but then there's some I know will never happen, so I'm never going to have all these done. We were talking about the treasure map thing before. Maybe on that one. Maybe we'll get this one done. But even that, weekly streaks, right? I've only reset it 8 times in 8. I don't know of a time where I've missed many weekly streaks in the 3 years I've been playing it. So you can play this game for 3 years straight, still not get this award. Kind of ridiculous. What's like a good one that we're close on maxing out? I don't know if we are close. Some of this stuff, like that can be reset soon. I only need 14 more to reset it. But even then, I'm only resetting it to 7. So, there's little things here and there that I like to think about doing, but for right now, it's literally coin search, and then today, just as like a secondary thing, because I'm streaming, I'm just kind of going through and showing people how they can make money and make XP. I started my YouTube channel as a way to like inform people. At the time it was for story mode of Red Dead 2. I don't think I ever intended to be like an informative channel for Red Dead Online, but a lot of people who come to the channel play this game, so. Yeah, just kind of, you know, trying to help people out, inform people. Like I said, I feel like I've figured out pretty good system for making money and XP and stuff like that. If people have questions about like, hey, I'm looking for this specific item for a daily challenge, I can help them with that. So. See, the Ropey map, the route generator wanted me to get this one after the other one. So there's like, I don't know. Sometimes the Ropey map generator is no good. Oh, something I wanted. Like, so we have to go up to Carmody-Dell. It wanted me to go to Carmody-Dell first and then come back here. But I'm like, I'm right here, man. I was right here. Like, get me this one first and then we can go up to Carmody-Dell. It's weird. It's imperfect. It's great. Don't get me wrong, but it's not perfect. The good thing is, if we don't finish this search today, come back tomorrow, finish it off, and we'll get a bunch of money and XP. But we're at, what, 20 of 71? Yeah, so 51 more items, so that's a lot. That's actually a real lot. The items are all going to move around, but we'll keep them on our important items list. Might even need to remove a few items. Actually, I should have been removing these as we went. That's what I should do. Go back while we're riding over. You know what? No, I'm going to leave them alone. Because they're going to be important items again. Tomorrow. And the day after. At some point this month, we're going to get to the point where I'm going to have to collect every card and everything else on the map. This is where I took it off. Picnic table outside house, right next to me. Oh, you know what? I wonder if that means a lot of times when this card is here, that means there's random jewelry here too. Let's see. Nope, not today. There's not. Usually it's right over here. But it's not there today. You know what is here though? Some kind of bowl. Hopefully it's a Devon. But if not, we'll take it either way. Kratos will be proud of me. Hey, Braytech, how's it going, bud? Welcome. Oh, that's the ox. Where's the bull? Oh, Devon bull, sweet. Braytech, did you get a chance to do the double collector thing you were talking about maybe doing? Switch over to your other console and double up your collectibles? I think you said you were going to try to do that this weekend, past weekend. Devon Bull gives me all the farm samples I need. Farmland habitats, nice. Maybe, before the stream is over, we'll go see Harriet. She's gonna spray me, but I need to go this way. Oh, you did? Nice. How'd it work out, man? Did you get, like... Do you feel like it was beneficial? Did you get maybe some rare items that you wouldn't have gotten if you didn't switch? And again, I know it's all random, but I'm just curious. Not as much as you wanted to is dealing with that. Dude, me too. That's so weird that you say that. Not Saturday, but yesterday, bro. And even this morning, I woke up with one, right? So I think there's this, like, I don't know if there's any science behind it, but I feel like if you go to bed with a headache, you wake up with a headache. So when I was having a headache all day yesterday, I'm like, man, I don't even want to go to bed because I know I'm going to wake up with a headache. And I did. So today, even, I feel better now, but this morning, dude, oh my gosh. I thought my head was going to pop. Or implode. Killed your collecting moon completely. Yeah, dude, I hear you, man. I hear you. I actually edited. I'm so proud of my God of War Warriors video, but I edited it with the worst headache of my life. So it may not be a very good video. If it's not, I'm blaming my headache. You gonna give it another try? Do I eat salty stuff? Yes and no. Oh, I'm not here for the coin. Dude, I'm so trained. My brain is so freaking trained for coins and stuff. We're not doing coins, outlaws. We're doing... What are we even doing? A card is on the stump out here? Yeah, there it is. But my daughter was sick last week, and she ended up with ear infection. So I think I probably caught whatever she had. Freaking headache cold, or whatever the hell it was. It wasn't even cold. It wasn't like my nose was ever running or anything. With your migraines, you eat salty things to bring it down. Interesting. I did have french fries from McDonald's, which I think is probably the saltiest thing on the earth. Yesterday. I don't think I was talking to Lady Outlaws. I was like, I don't think it's a migraine. I think it was just like a run-of-the-mill headache, but it was brutal. I mean, it was like debilitating at some points. Where I was playing college football, and I had to like put the controller down, like stare at the ground, kind of. Which, of course, then she comes in and she's like, "I think it's because you're staring at the screen too much." I'm like, "I'm not even staring at the screen. Like, I'm looking away from the screen." And oh, by the way, I woke up with this. Before I even woke up, I had the headache, so that's not from staring at the screen. I'm very good. I'm very aware of like eye protection, constantly like looking away from the screen, make sure that I'm not, doing permanent damage over here. And actually, I have very good eyesight, even for like 42 years old. Headaches because it's like you can't do anything with it. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, normally I can like push through. Like I don't usually get really bad headaches. This was like I went to go like stretch my arms out over my head just to make sure. Like again, I'm very aware of like ergonomics and stuff like that. I don't want to be sitting for too long. And not be sitting in the proper posture, all that stuff. But so I basically was like stretching, put my arms over my head to stretch. Man, you would have thought I punched myself in the face. Honestly, I think there's just something else going on. Like even like how raspy my voice feels today and stuff like that. It feels like maybe I caught like a summer cold, even though I don't have like a runny nose or anything. My throat and my lungs definitely feel like as if I have a cold. And then with the headache. Actually, I wonder if I have freaking COVID. I don't, I don't want to get on that whole topic. I know it's a sensitive subject, but I've had a few rounds of COVID where very, very light symptoms. And then when I do a check, I end up testing positive. I actually missed Christmas with family this year because of it. I friggin' tested positive for COVID on Christmas Eve. I was like, well, guess I'm not coming, guys. Which, though, was good, because we've been talking about Lego, right? So I missed Christmas Eve, but I had already purchased for my own self for Christmas the Lego Museum of Natural History. So I got to build that while everybody else was traveling for Christmas. I was building away. But again, very light symptoms. I've had COVID twice that I know of. Once completely unconfirmed, but everybody else in the house tested positive, and I was like, felt like I was dying. So I know I had it. And then the second time, I hate to say it, but it wasn't so bad. Like the Christmas Eve one, it was just like, kind of felt a little sick, and I was like, if I never tested, I probably would have gone to Christmas Day. But I tested myself, and I was positive, and I was like, all right, well, second time having COVID. So, who knows? Maybe my body's built up some kind of thing to make it, not so bad on the second and third rounds. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to talk about COVID too much because YouTube doesn't like that. But I said what I said. Yeah, I might finish. We'll see. I've got about another, probably another 30 minutes or so. I doubt we're going to finish it. We still have 46 more items. And I only have, like I said, maybe 30 minutes before I got to go. Sinus headaches. Like, yeah, that's what I usually get. I usually get, like, really bad sinus infections. But even that, this time, I don't feel stuffy. It feels like it's in the top of my head. And it's in my throat a little bit. I don't know how it like skipped over my nose, my sinus region. But almost always get really bad sinus infections. To the point where I'm used to dealing with that. Like if I had a headache in like my, between my eyes and my nose area, that's nothing to me. That is like old hat. But this was mostly the top of my head. And now, just today, I'm noticing I feel a little phlegmy as I'm trying to talk. I'm like coughing a little bit. But otherwise, I feel fine. Like I don't, my joints and muscles are not achy or anything, so it's not like it's the flu. It just feels kind of like a cold minus the nasally stuff. It's weird. Finally got 1,700 New York token today. Nice, dude. Good job. So I've been, we're looking for 1,800 gold quarters earlier. I didn't find any. That's 3 days in a row. At least 3 days in a row. Maybe even 4. I forget if I looked for stuff on Friday, though. Definitely Saturday, Sunday didn't get any, and today I didn't get any. I have, I think, 6 Liberty quarters now, 5 New York tokens, and 2 gold dollars, but no gold quarters, so gold quarter is the new Liberty quarter. Oh, what are we stopping for? We got a moonshine event up here. I do not have time to be stopping for that, so we're gonna go to the next one. Oh, that's gonna throw the whole thing off. Let's just pretend that we got this one. We're gonna go over here to Van Horn. There's 2 cards here. I really don't feel like messing around with these bootlegger missions. I'm trying to get through these collectibles as quickly as possible. But yeah, New York token, that's good. So you're looking for it on your female character, right? The newest character you created, your newbie, right? You're trying to do coins from the beginning, which is how I wish I had done it. Then I wouldn't be sitting here doing this right now. I waited until rank 800 to start looking for coins. Yes, very easy dailies today. Very easy 7 for 7. And the 9 for 9 shouldn't be too bad. A couple different pathways for that. One, I think, was doing Moonshine Wagon delivery distance, which I don't recommend. But the 7 were really easy. I didn't do them all, but I took note of them all. This is on the fireplace. And as I was looking, I'm like, oh man, this is the easy 7 today. There's been a lot of 7 for 7 type days lately. I feel like there hasn't been a ton of PvP in the generals. I do not. I've never done Borderlands. That's I think Will's been playing that. You're talking about actually, no, it's not Borderlands, is it? What's the game that Will plays? Why can't I think of it? It's a Tom Clancy game. Borderlands and one of the other ones that it seems like a lot of people like to play. I've never played those games. Recon, right? Ghost Recon? Yeah, the newest one. Yeah, dude, that's the way to do it. I wish I had started collecting coins as soon as I possibly could have. Because it's so easy. At that stage to get so many other collectibles. Like, I did it backwards. I went and found all the jewelries. I probably didn't need to do that. Because you find all those jewelries just kind of, like, by looking for the coins, you're finding a ton of jewelries, too. So, you'll probably max out your jewelry sets a lot faster than I did. Braytech. The Division, yeah. Oh, yeah, and then Breakpoint, that's the other one. Oh, maybe I'm confused, then. Division is Borderlands, and Ghost Recon is Breakpoint. I'm getting those confused, because both start with B, which is a ridiculous thing, but that's my brain for you. Alright, then there's one more card. There's actually a lot of cards in Van Horn today. Van Horn area. There's another one over at the broken trap over here. Whatever it is, fishing trap. So no, I've never played, well, I've never played any of those. I did log into one of the Ghost Recons. I think I may have played like 30 minutes of Breakpoint. Not necessarily for me. I said broken trap. Is this trap even broken, or is it just like here? Does it have netting on it? I forget. Oh yeah, it's got netting on it. Or whatever that is, chicken wire. Some kind of, looks like a lobster trap. Lobster! Alright, up to Annisburg. We've got hard. An heirloom. Yeah, yeah. They're fairly popular. I know a few people have streamed them. I know Will streams that game. Cap B. Ryle was streaming that game back in the day. Like maybe a year or two ago. He's moved on to like, well, I guess moved back to like No Man's Sky. And, what's the game that all the kids play? Fart Night. Mostly popular amongst kids. I know there's adults who play it too, but never been my cup of tea. Good game series. I just saw something about Borderlands. Forget why I saw it. Oh, here comes another cougar. It's been a cougar kind of day. Not my best shot on that one. Two stars. I don't know if I should skin it or throw it in the back of the wagon. Dude, I'm so tired of getting that bleed out. Let's throw it in the back of the wagon. We'll have some predators. Well, I don't know. I feel like maybe my camp is kind of full. I forget. I should look. Don't hunt the wagon though. Time is it? 10 after. Alright. See what we can do in 20 minutes. I think, so what I'm going to try to do later is switch my capture card over to my other console, my other PS5. Well, I guess this PS5, but it's currently on the other PS5. I need to swap it out. And then I'm hoping I can start playing the original, I say the original, God of War 2018. Because at this point, Ragnarok is done. All the videos that I wanted to edit for that game are edited. And I think I want to try to do another Warriors video, even though this one hasn't come out yet. I want to do a Warriors video with them from the first game. So I've got some things I need to figure out, but I think later tonight that's what I'm going to do. Switch the capture card over. Alright, on a barrel at the end of the docks. It's not at the end of the docks, isn't it right here? I guess this is a dock, and I guess that's the end. I don't know, I wouldn't have worded it that way. No Man's Sky is a good game. Yeah, I've never actually played that. So, for me, I came up, well, I say I came up. At one point, I was playing a lot of Skyrim, which a lot of people say No Man's Sky is basically a lot like Skyrim in space, and then Bethesda released their own Skyrim in space game when Starfield came out. Was that last year or the year before? Has Starfield been out for 2 years already? I don't know why I feel like that wasn't only last year. I think it was the year before. Either way, Starfield. So for me, I was looking forward to Starfield, and I figured Starfield would be my No Man's Sky, and then when it wasn't, I kind of was like, well, I guess I kind of wrote off No Man's Sky too. This is up this way. So, I don't know, maybe at some point I'll check out No Man's Sky. I know Cap loves it, and if I ever need advice from anybody about that game, he's where I'm going to go. But I don't know, I just like couldn't get into it. It seems like it would be right up my alley, exploring in outer space, and Starfield was okay, but you know, I was hoping it would be like game of the decade kind of stuff. I was hoping it would replace this. Wasn't hoping. I guess I thought at one point it had a chance to replace this, and it just never did for me. Again, it was good. I enjoyed it at the time, but will I ever go back to playing it again? I don't know. If it was on PlayStation, would I feel differently about it? Is it because it's on Xbox? Not that I have anything against Xbox, but I don't know. I do not. I've not heard of Undertale. No, that's a new one. That's a new name for me. What's that like? Where is this horse? I'm heading over to Beaver Hollow. The vulture egg is there today. There's also a card in the mine we're gonna try to grab.
Hey, what's your issue?
What's your issue? Oh gosh. I might actually take those cougars and fill up Blondie's camp. Let's see where we're at after we get this egg and this card. Might actually get ambushed through here. No, guess not. These ambushes have been everywhere lately, though. Good old Beaver Hollow. No hideout here. We'll go up top first. Look for this vulture egg. I see the flakes. Good game. I'll have to check it out. Go that way. I mean, you could, but you might not survive. You can always go that way. Will you survive the landing is the question. Oh. Ooh, almost fell. Doesn't fall. Alright, into the cave. Mysterious cave of wonders. Oh, I didn't mark her off the vulture map. Egg. In the cave about halfway through on a crate, so it's not this one. And I hate how it says halfway through. This is not halfway through, this is like almost to the bottom. And you don't see this one, I don't think, in Eagle Eye. But it's right over here. Yeah. No flakes on this one. Alright, this wants me to go up to Dover Hill, so I think I'm going to not do that. I think I'm going to head over to Blondie's camp. I want to see where her camp is at. I know he just delivered a wagon. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll check his camp first. I think I have 3 cougars in my hunting wagon. He laughed through my... Dude, I don't understand why some of the cards don't flake. Some of them do and some of them don't. Even when you're max collector. Max rank collector. Of course, I can't get a wilderness camp here. Let's see if we can get one out this way. I might have to go all the way to freaking... back to Van Horn. Is that another cougar? It is. No, it's not. Oh, yes it is. Moving towards me. Oh no, we're going over the edge. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Oh, okay. I told you guys, this horse is the worst. Cougar's gonna get me. My health went so low there. But I can't come down here, can I? Oh, yes, I can. Oof. Yikes. Let's just get this one. 1 star. Delta Rune? No. I don't know that one either. my horse stuck over there? Get up here. Come on, man. Now we're in a time crunch that we didn't need to be in. The horse is like, what do you want from me? I'm stuck. Come on, dude. Get over here. Man, this horse. Straight to the glue factory as soon as this month is over. Ugh. My character's tired of it. Come on, man. What is the point of having a wilderness game? Don't put it in the game if it's not gonna work all the time. There we go. Stranger near Quaker's Cove asking for help. Cougar came out of nowhere and got her. Perfect. Yeah. What was I doing the other day? Oh, the bear. Were you there for that? The Harriet's bear in Big Valley ate the lady who had the ankle injury that turned out to be an ambush. So the bear set off the ambush. It was amazing. I forgot. I wanted to make that into a short. I totally forgot. Freaking game. Oh, man. Alright, let's check the status of Blondie's camp. I don't know, man. I guess she's kind of close. What is she halted for? Oh, she's close on a resupply. I might actually donate these to her after all. If I can get my wagon. Her camp is kind of in a bad spot for wagons. Oh no. Look at that. Where is it though? Next town over? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, watch out for that snake. So I said 2 cougars. What else is in here? Is there something else in here? Might be a panther in here too, actually. 2 perfect cougars, a poor cougar, 4 cougars. That should do her pretty good, right? Get these into her materials here. Alright, Britteg, actually I might head out here in a second, dude. I want to talk to you. Thanks for stopping in, man. I'm kind of starting to wrap up stream here. I've done enough collecting for today. Kind of looking, just fill some camps, get out of here. But I'll be back tomorrow. I posted a full schedule on the community tab. It's going to be a busy week, but a good week. I'm streaming 4 of the 5 days this week, and then there'll be God of War videos for 4 of the 5 days as well. So tonight, tomorrow night, Wednesday night is the rest of the God of War playthrough series, and then Friday I'll have God of War Warriors uploaded with Kratos and Atreus, which I'm really looking forward to putting out there for everyone, because
This is good quality.
I've been talking about it for a while, and I'm really happy with how it came out.
I'll take whatever I can get.
So yeah, she's gonna have enough goods to
Excellent.
reorder,
Thank you.
or enough supplies at this point to reorder. Materials, I guess, enough materials to reorder supplies. And then I gotta duck out of her posse. We can dismiss this hunting wagon. We'll go to McFarland's. It's right over here. So we ended up getting 34 of 71. So right around halfway of these collectibles. Almost exactly halfway, quite honestly. But yeah, that's I may pick that back up later. I may try to, oh, see, he needs a resupply. I may try to, I want to switch to capture card tonight though, I think. I don't know if I'm going to finish this today or if we do it tomorrow. I mean, we're going to be looking for collectibles tomorrow again, either way. But, quick recap, we ended up doing quite a few dailies, just kind of by accident. Blood Money Crime, I did that earlier. Feather Soul was easy. I talked about Flight Feathers. Non-player enemies killed with Deadeye, we did that at the first hideout that I encountered. Collector, we found our coins, we looted enough players, non-player enemies. Trader, I did that one earlier. I mean, these are ridiculously easy dailies today. I'm actually going to stay logged into the game, so I'm not going to go to the Moonshine Shack and get my player drunk quite yet. I know normally I sign off with shot, but today we're going to abstain from that. I'm just going to go into the catalog. That's how we're going to end the stream today. Thanks to everyone who was here. Appreciate everybody being active in chat. We talked about a lot of stuff today. We covered U.S. history. We covered sports. We did a bunch of relationship advice. Mixed in, we actually talked about some video games. But we did do our coin search. We didn't get anything noteworthy, unfortunately. But that's all right. We'll try again tomorrow. So I will be back tomorrow, probably a little earlier than I was today. But the best way to make sure you get notified whenever I go live or post a video, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn on those notifications and set them to all. For everybody who is here, again, thank you. If you haven't already, make sure you drop a like on your way out. That's going to do it for me. Till next time, everyone, take care.